Good morning, members. I'd like to welcome members of the public to this meeting. I think we have a former chair of the County Council as well, so I have to watch my P's and Q's. I'd particularly like to welcome those members of the public watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. The Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording and taking of photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded or photographed. Please can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate while the meeting's taking place. There's no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm does sound, I'll adjourn the meeting and we'll make our way downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. Apologies for absence. I have received apologies from Councillor Keane, Councillor Osborne and Councillor Batchelor. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting the Council held on the 16th of December 2025. Council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you raise your hand now? Thank you. An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I'll not be reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside the meeting. 9 minutes. I have a number of announcements to make today. Frank Jordan, the Council's Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Director of Place and Sustainability, will be leaving the Council on the 22nd of February. Franz has been appointed to the Executive Director of City Operations from Birmingham City Council and will be taking up his new role towards the end of February. The role is a core part of the leadership team of Europe's largest local authority and will involve him leading a wide range of universal services covering highways, waste collection and recycling, street scene, culture, leisure and sport, regulatory and enforcement services, community safety, resilience and public protection. As you may know, Frank originally joined Cambridgeshire in 2023, following the restructuring of the corporate leadership team as Executive Director of Place and Sustainability, and has been instrumental in leading change, improvement and driving better outcomes across the whole of his directorate and council. He's also led a wide range of work with partners, especially the Combined Authority, highly effectively throughout this tenure with the council. In 2025, Frank was appointed as the council's Deputy Chief Executive, in addition to his Executive Director remit, and has fulfilled these responsibilities in an exemplary fashion. Council will join me in thanking Frank for his service to Cambridgeshire and wish him well in the future. And please acknowledge those thanks in the usual way. Thank you. So Lee Harris joined the council on the 2nd of February. I was pleased to meet him last week as Executive Director of Place and Sustainability on an interim basis. With extensive local government experience, Lee most recently held the role of Executive Director of Place Services for 8 years at West Sussex County Council, with leadership responsibility for highways, transport and planning, environment and public protection, property and assets and communities. Lee has also personally led the economic growth and digital infrastructure functions for West Sussex. Prior to taking on this role, Lee was Chief Executive of the Crawley Borough Council for 8 years, and before that in a range of increasingly senior roles across a range of authorities. On that basis, Lee brings a range of county, district and unitary council experience to the authority. I'm sure everybody will join me in wishing and welcoming Lee to Cambridgeshire. Welcome, Lee. Thank you. I'm delighted to report that the Council's been successfully accredited with the Ministry of Defence Employer Recognition Scheme Gold Award, the highest honour awarded to organisations who go above and beyond in supporting the armed forces community. And I think both Councillor Ioannidis and Councillor Bywater will be delighted to hear this. The Council first achieved its Gold accreditation in 2020 and now has been revalidated for another 5 years, a significant achievement that reflects both the consistency of the Council's approach and the sustained efforts of teams across the Council. I'm pleased to report that the Council has achieved its first ever CDP A score, placing the county among a select group of global leaders recognised for robust climate action, transparency and long-term resilience. The prestigious rating places Cambridgeshire on CDP's annual A list, the highest possible score awarded by the world's leading environmental disclosure organisation. Finally, as Chair of the Council, I attended the following events: 2 carol services, gosh, that seems a long time ago, steel signing ceremony for the fantastic Alconbury Weald Secondary School, a visit by the Princess Royal to Prince's Manufacturing in Wisbech, RAF Alconbury and RAF Molesworth Wing Commanders reception, the annual peppercorn lunch at Marshall, and Corpus Christi College Queensborough feast. My Vice Chair attended the following events: the Royal British Legion Annual Conference, flag raising for Holocaust Memorial Day, an LGBT+ History Month, and Huntingdonshire District Council's Holocaust Memorial Day service. I attended 4 citizenship ceremonies in this room, and the Vice Chair attended 6 at Newshire Hall. Finally, I'm delighted to report that the total raised from East Anglia's Children's Hospices, which was my chosen charity in December, at the end of the Christmas carols at full council, was £180 and £43.75 in gift aid. That concludes my announcements for today. Next item, members, is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interest under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they're not registered on the Register of Interests. May I have any further declarations now, please? Thank you. Item 4 is public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided that they've given advance notice. Council received notice of 1 question, content of which has been circulated electronically to members and published on the council's website. So can I invite Mr. Lackland to ask his question? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. The already appalling condition of Cambridgeshire's roads has worsened rapidly over this winter, and in many areas, roads are now an embarrassment to a region seeking inward investment from some of the world's most prestigious companies, as well as being a danger to road users. I'm sure everyone in this room has noticed. As this is consistently the main area of concern among Cambridgeshire residents, I took it upon myself to speak to some of the teams while they were engaged in road repairs around the county to ask them how the current system can be improved from their point of view. They told me about an inflexible council bureaucracy that is too slow to allow for rapid response to crumbling roads, too unwilling to address road surface failures systematically instead of piecemeal, and too understaffed to hold contractors to account when repairs are performed badly or fail prematurely. They are convinced that by scrimping on staff and misguided attempts to save money, council processes in fact drive down road quality and drive up cost to the taxpayer. It seems to me that better targeted investment in the county council team to improve their knowledge of best practices, introduce statistical process controls, and enable them to properly oversee work completed in the council's name would be money well spent and could help improve voter satisfaction, as well as avoiding further lawsuits brought by injured road users. I'm aware of your proposed spending increases, but this is about more than just spending money. What specific actions is the council taking to improve the road maintenance process and address council taxpayers' #1 issue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lackland. I know every member will be concerned about discussions and Councillor Beckett's response. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lackland, for your question, which is particularly pertinent at this time of year and raises some really good points. So if you'd asked me this 3 years ago, my answer would have been very different to what it is today. 3 years ago, we had no data on customer reports, no data on potholes. Heck, when I came in, we didn't even have a standard definition of what a pothole was across the county. We had no idea how many gullies there were or where they were. There was no idea of how much funding was required in order to maintain the highway. And there was no clear leadership. Our leadership had actually even left, and there was no process for prioritization of repairs. Frankly, it was a bit of a sinking vessel when we first came in. Changing highways has been a monumental task. I'm not going to insult your intelligence or pretend that we're done. I'm not going to pretend that everything is perfect. It isn't. But we have come an incredibly long way, and the journey is still continuing, very much so. We now know the scale of the challenge. We know that we inherited an £800 million backlog. We know that central government underfunds our roads locally by £26 million a year. And we know that we're unique in having 40% of our network peat soil affected, which costs 5 times as much to maintain. We know the level of investment to maintain a steady state, and as Liberal Democrats, we have upped the highways funding to meet that, more than doubling our capital highways maintenance budget, investing an extra £43 million over the last 2 years. I can now tell you the number of outstanding potholes, something none of my predecessors could ever do. It's 5,851. And show you a graph of outstanding potholes going all the way back to when we were first able to get good data in 2023. I can show you that overall outstanding potholes were historically low last year, but they really started to peak in December and January. I can show you that how those few days of snow and ice wreak havoc on our old network, and saw customer potholes jump from 150 a week in summer to 1,800 a week in week 3 of 2026. Where 4 years ago, we'd have waited for the public outcry before raising our pothole crews, this year we've been able to respond and surge early, bringing in extra crews. We currently have 16 pothole crews out on our network and 3 dragon patches compared to 8 usually with 2 dragon patches. I could go on further about the changes we've made to make processes more efficient, more effective. It really has been a very long journey. I'm aware we still have a long distance to go.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Lackland, 5,841, is that correct? Mr. Lackland, you have a supplementary. Thank you.
Just very briefly, thanks for that. I appreciate it's not an easy task, but I do think and speaking to the guys doing it, and if you haven't done it, I recommend you do it. It's actually very interesting. I don't think you do know the number of potholes because a lot of them aren't marked. So presumably they're not in the system. But it does seem to me that a more sunlight on the process that you are engaging in would definitely help. So, for example, why don't we all know in the county which potholes are on that list of 5,800 potholes? They can be marked. They can be now listed by exact location online somewhere so that the public knows where they are and knows which ones are in your database and which ones aren't. It's about more than spending money. And I really would implore you to undertake some sort of system where you engage more with the publicity, with the public, your voters, to show them what you're doing and that you are engaging in different processes that is actually going to result in a different outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beckett respond. Having spent an hour and a half on Saturday morning with Councillor Beckett, talking to 25 residents, I'm sure he's up to date. Councillor Beckett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lackner. I would say if you talk to our contractors on the network, always make sure you take it with a pinch of salt. You will hear very different messages depending on who you talk to on our network. And the important thing is to triangulate those messages and find out the root cause of the issues. Every single person will tell you a slightly different idea about what's wrong with potholes and how to fix potholes. I would say your points about data are very well made. We replaced our over 20-year-old asset management system at the very end of last year, and that is now giving us a lot more data to be able to do that. And one of the things we are working on now is opening up that data. If you go onto the Report It tool now, you will actually be able to see the customer reports that have been ordered, and you will see them as they get delivered. That is something that is new. It is not something that should be revolutionary, but it is all part of changing our process and moving in the right direction. I do hope that, especially coming into next pothole season, we will be able to share a lot more of that data, and over the summer we'll be working really hard to make sure we can share as much as we can.
Thank you very much for that response, and thank you very much, Mr. Lackland. Thank you. Item 5 is on petitions and allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions were received, and therefore I move to the next item. Before I proceed with the rest of the agenda, can I remind you all about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, raise your hand, and myself or the Vice Chair will add you to the list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your microphone button. If you wish to raise a point of order or personal explanation, you need to raise your hand. I tend to be strict about the raising a point of order and point of personal explanation. Raising the point of order means that the member believes that there's been a breach of the Council's rule of procedure, so I'll require the member to indicate the rule or law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, I as Chair have the final arbiter. Point of personal explanation may relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I'll be the final arbiter. I'd also like to remind members that if a member raises on any of these points, any other member currently on their feet should immediately sit down until the point has been determined. All speeches from members must be addressed through myself as chair. Can I remind members of the Local Government Association Debate Not Hate, which states that debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy, but abuse and intimidation not acceptable. Thank you. Our next item, item 6, is the business plan and the budget 2026-27 and 28-29, which was discussed by Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee on the 29th of January 2026. I'd like to invite the chair of the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee, Councillor Ness Singer, to move the recommendations as set out on the report on pages 27 to 29 in the council agenda. Councillor Ness Singer.
Thank you, Chair. Would you like me to speak to that now? Lovely. Thank you. So the first thing to say is that this has been the most difficult budget to set since I became leader of this council 4.5 years ago. The key challenges facing this council, is my microphone not working?
Yeah, no, it's on, but members struggling to hear a little bit.
I thought I was tall enough not to, short enough not to need a box. Is that better?
Yes, that's better, I think.
Okay, I would still rather stand up. The key challenges are the costs in social care, both in children's and adults, and the cost of special educational needs education. All of these are statutory services providing care and education for our most vulnerable residents. They are not the most visible of the council's services, but they are by far the largest part of our budget, and these are also services which are absolutely critical to the individuals and families who rely on them. The rapidly rising costs in children's and adults' care are a national problem, and it is disappointing that yet again there is total silence from central government on how these services can be funded more fairly. It is not right that so much of the burden relies on council tax. I'm deeply grateful to all our wonderful care staff, but year after year they continue to work in a system which is failing. Our care system needs fundamental reform, and yet year after year governments fail to tackle the problems. The rising costs and levels of demand in social care mean that the funding available for all other services is very tight indeed, and I think it is crucial that all members of this council are aware that we are walking a tightrope to enable the investments we have in this budget. Because despite the enormous challenges of providing decent social care services to those in need, we are also managing to invest in key priority areas that we as an administration and our residents through the survey believe are important. The largest new investment is in highways maintenance. We know this is the top priority for residents. They tell us in the resident survey, and they also tell us by email, by WhatsApp, through X, on Blue Sky, in the pub, in the shops, and at the school gate. Our roads are in a poor state, and they need the need for continuing investment is absolutely clear for everyone to see. We have succeeded in continuing to fund the higher spending on maintenance, but we know it is not enough, and we are working with our MPs to lobby government for funding for the soil-affected roads, which are such a huge expense here in Cambridgeshire. People will begin to see improvements in some areas this summer, but the backlog from the years of Conservative underfunding will take years longer to put right. We are also continuing with investments to support our poorest families through additional funding for the free school meal vouchers, funding that has not been easy to find. We are hugely grateful to the finance team and to staff across the entire council. Without the very tight controls on spending which were put in place over this autumn, we would not be in a position to be planning for the investments we have again this year. And I do want to emphasise just how tough that has been, not only on those making decisions, but actually on those who are having to implement the work that enables us to make those decisions. It is really hard, and our staff have worked very, very hard to allow us these decisions. It is going to be a long debate, So I will leave the details of amendments and other issues for later speeches, but please be aware that our ability to make choices as councillors in prioritising highway maintenance or anti-poverty work is only possible after we have met our statutory obligations, and meeting those within our current funding is a really difficult task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe Councillor Dupre, you are going to second the recommendations. You wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you. I'm happy to second and would like to reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as start of the debate on the business plan, I'd like to invite leaders of the Liberal Democrat, Independent, Conservative, Reform UK, Labour and Green groups or their nominees to make their opening statements on the business plan. So, first of all, Councillor Nessinger or your nominee, would you like to make an opening statement on behalf of the Liberal Democrat and Independent group?
I'm happy that I've already spoken. I'll hand over.
Okay, Councillor Martin or nominee from your group, would you like to make an opening statement on behalf of the Conservative group?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'll remain seated so everyone can hear me, because I know that the audio tends to struggle to pick up my voice. So here we are. We're at the first budget of the new administration. Residents throughout last year's election believed that there would be that everything would change. We were led to believe that the dynamics of the council would shift. We all expected the Lib Dems to be unleashed, finally free from the restraints or perhaps the excuses of the Labour and Independent groups holding them back in previous years. We expected to see a bold vision, perhaps even a flash of that liberal distinctiveness we hear so much about in the focus leaflets. But no, what do we have before us? We don't have a vision unleashed. We have a tax burden unleashed. We have the same tired old strategy of tax, spend, and hope for the best. The budget proposes a 4.99% increase in council tax. Let's be clear what that means. They have gone to the absolute maximum allowed by the government without asking the people permission in a referendum, tax to the max. For a Band D property, the council's share of the bill alone will raise to £1,785.42. That is an increase of over £80 a year. For families across Cambridgeshire who are still navigating a tough financial situation, this is not just a figure on a spreadsheet. It's equivalent to a weekly shop or 2 tanks of fuel. It is money that they cannot afford to lose. And even if they can afford to lose it, that money is better off in the pockets of our residents. And for what? The paper talks about healthy, fairer and a sustainable county. But I ask you, where is the fairness in demanding more money from residents whilst the county stares down the barrel of crumbling roads, blocked gullies, drains full of weeds, and worst of all, in my opinion, having children being left without the support they are entitled to by law? We are looking at failures left, right, and centre. This budget doesn't solve the problem. It kicks the can down the pothole-filled roads and asks the taxpayers to foot the bill for the journey. We see a reliance on efficiency savings and income generations just to balance the books for the next year. We've heard this promise of efficiency before, but there isn't the political leadership to follow through. We see the Our Future Council transformation programme being touted as the solution, but residents don't want transformation programmes and design principles. They want potholes fixed. They want to know why, if we are so sustainable, we are still borrowing millions with our debt interest payments raising to the tens of millions of pounds. Rather than taking the bull that is local government finances by the horns and making some tough decisions, they blame the government, blame inflation, and blame demand, and they refuse to look in the mirror. The budget relies on a net budget requirement of 1.3 billion. That is a massive sum of public money, and yet, despite this spending power, they come back to residents cap in hand, requiring the maximum increase possible. Residents expect better. They expect a council that lives within its means just as they have to. They expect an administration that respects the family budget. Instead, they go for this tax hike, debt increase, and gap widening disappointment. We cannot support a budget that takes so much and guarantees so little for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stefan Fisher, or a member of your group, could you make an opening statement on behalf of Reform UK? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Look around this chamber and then look outside across this country. And what do you see? A country crying out for change, a people burdened by the highest taxes in 70 years, a political establishment, both Conservative and Labour, that offers only more of the same, more spending, more waste, more debt. They tell us this is the only way, that taxes must always go up, that services must always be cut, that the managed decline of our country is inevitable. And here in Cambridgeshire, we're going to do exactly the same. So the choice before this council today is clear. It is a choice between failed consensus and a new direction. It is a choice between the administration's path of high taxes, wasteful spending and collapsing reserves, or a path of lower taxes, fiscal responsibility and common sense. Let's send a message from this chamber that will echo across the country, a message that the era of tax and spend is over, a message that we are here to serve the people, not the bureaucracy. It's time for a change, it's time for common sense, and it's time to put the people of Cambridgeshire first.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Machini, or a nominee from your group, can you make an opening statement on behalf of the Labour group? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm audible. I've done this a few times now, doing the opening statement. It's always a bit difficult. I always start with the situation nationally. It doesn't matter who's in charge that much. It's always challenging these days. And especially in the current climate, sometimes you feel tempted to feel despair. But I do know, as much as I've ever done, that that temptation to feel despair must be resisted. The business of making people's lives better isn't fashionable, it isn't clickbait, but we give up on it at our peril. Speaking of making people's lives better, here we are, our second business plan of this council under this Labour government. And the context of the last Labour budget nationally is as follows. Income tax frozen, 2 child benefit cap lifted, first step towards reforming much needed council tax bans, minimum and living wage increase, costs of NHS prescriptions frozen, expansion of holiday activities fund and free extra hours of childcare for all the families in this country. These aren't the things our media are shouting about, but by God, they really should. Meanwhile, local government settlement. We have had, for the first time in a generation, a multi-year settlement. We've been clamoring for this. For how many years have we been clamoring for this? It's finally given us the opportunity to provide stability and to make sure that we budget for further than the next paycheck. We have finally, and how many motions has this council passed, finally got the 2.0 fair funding review, which has done us quite a bit of good in terms of the income coming in our coffers. And the grant consolidation process, which actually means that the grants given to us are bigger, they're more consolidated, they're more ring-fenced, and they are less complex, which lessens the burden on our extremely strained finance team, who do an excellent job. So what were the effects of this local government settlement to Cambridgeshire? We have had the biggest increase to date to our core spending power, and we have our highest ever revenue support grant. Again, remember all the motions that we passed to this council. Just for context, in 22-23, the revenue support grant was 0. And in the years before that, it was actually negative. By 25-26, we had 1.5 million of revenue support grant. In 26-27, we are looking at 79 million pounds in revenue support grant. By 27-28, 106. By 28-29, 116. These are the things we were asking for, we were motioning for, we were lobbying for, and they're happening. 5.3 million for increased financial stability for our most vulnerable, 6.7 million in Families First partnership, and 188 million pounds for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough for highways. That is off the scale unprecedented. I've been telling people in various meetings and things, their eyes glaze over. Last year, we were boasting rightly the highest ever funding in highways maintenance coming from the government. It was 10 million. 188 million. It's actually time that we started looking the numbers for what they are. And all of those things, the fair funding review and everything, have been extremely helpful to this council. And we've had a net increase in the number of available monies that we can use. And the business plan in front of us actually shows we can afford to make fewer savings, and we can actually keep some reserves which I was actually quite surprised, and I was expecting this administration to spend, yet they aren't touching them. This is a sign of a good council. It's a sign of a healthy council. This is a council that's got choices, which is why, unfortunately, you don't actually have anywhere to hide when you make those choices. You don't get to blame government, I'm afraid. You absolutely do not. And we'll talk about this later. We are fixing the foundations. And what this council needs to do now is jolt awake a little bit, stop using LGR as an excuse for everything, and start showing some ambition.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tong, or a member of your group, would you like to make an opening statement on behalf of the Green Group? Thank you.
I would, thank you. I will try and stay reasonably brief because I know this is going to be a very long meeting as it is, and I know there's going to be plenty of time to talk about more specifics. I wanted to note to begin with that it is a really tough time for councils across the country at the moment. Austerity, which has lasted well over a decade now, has put councils in a really tough position. And it is especially a shame here in Cambridge, where there is so much wealth in and around the city and the county, but specifically within the city itself, there is a huge amount of wealth. Yet the burden for propping up council services that these businesses have profited on, these large companies, has been pushed onto residents rather than the wealthiest who have the broadest shoulders and that can pay for it. I think this budget takes some important steps towards addressing the issues that our county is facing. But the Green Group don't think it goes far enough. So we've put forward our amendment constructively to try and stretch the funding we have as far as it can go, because we understand how difficult life is for residents at the moment, and we want to get them all the support that we possibly can.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those opening statements from all the political groups. Before we start the main debate, I propose to take amendments at this stage, and there are 5 amendments which are circulated to members on the 5th of February 2026 and published on the website. So to start this process, can I start by inviting Councillor Beckett to move his amendment? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Do you also want me to speak to it now? Okay. Thank you, Chair. As any of us driving, cycling, or walking around our highways today can't help but notice there is large need for investment in our network. Decades of managed decline have left us with an £800 million backlog of maintenance, and central government still, after many promises, leaves us with a £26 million funding deficit to even be able to stay still. Councillor Machini there talked about £188 million that the government is giving Cambridgeshire and Peterborough over 4 years. We need 230 in Cambridgeshire alone to stay still. I don't think they've got a sense of the problems that they are facing in central government. Today, though, I'm proud to present an amendment that speaks directly to the daily experience of residents across Cambridgeshire. An amendment that continues our commitment to rebuilding the very foundations our communities rely on, their roads, footpaths and streets. An amendment that keeps us out of managed decline for another year. This is the single largest highway investment proposed by any group in this year's budget, and by a large margin. We're committing an extra £20 million in this budget amendment alone, 40 million over the next 2 years, and 80 million since we began this journey. That's not easy, but it's what leadership looks like. It's what ambition for Cambridgeshire looks like. We do this because we know the scale of the challenge. We inherited that £800 million highways backlog, a legacy of delay and disrepair. But the answer to potholes isn't more patching, it's prevention. It's investment, it's planning ahead, and it's refreshing our aging network for the decades to come. This continued capital investment will allow us to deliver real, tangible improvements in 2027-28. Amongst other things, it will allow us to have over 200 kilometres of road maintained and improved, 1,600 road signs upgrading. That means that we're ensuring every poor condition sign in the county is replaced over 2 years, and over 800 kilometres of road marking will be renewed. This is more than infrastructure, it's a statement of priorities. It's a statement that as Liberal Democrats, we're not just here to try and get our faces in the Telegraph, but to actually effect meaningful change and to improve lives. Some may question how we will fund it. We'll do so with care, adjusting our council tax assumptions modestly. Less than £10 a year for a Band D household, £10 a year going directly to maintain our roads. To put it plainly, you can't fix potholes with promises. You need funding. You need plans. You need political will to act. The fundamental headline here is Labour, Green, Reform and the Tories would all put our highways back into managed decline from 2027. The Liberal Democrat amendment avoids that. Anybody voting against this today needs to realise that they're voting to make our roads worse. So I ask you to support this amendment, not because it sounds good, but because it does good.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wyatt, I believe you're seconding the amendment. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I would like to reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay. Members, can we now move to the debate on this amendment? Can I have speakers who wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Black, Councillor Ioannidis, Councillor Tierney and Councillor Elliott. We'll start with that group and then we'll move on. Okay, Councillor Black, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And what a pleasure to start our discussions of the debate about highways. And it's very easy to blame a dreadful Liberal Democrat council for the Liberal Democrat potholes all over our highways. And indeed, I would encourage everybody to do so. But it would be unfair not to criticise the Tories and Tory Liberal Democrat coalitions of 15 years of neglect, as indeed Councillor Beckett has done. It's always challenging to have a budget, but I think I have to say, I've never seen a budget, I've not been here very long, but I believe this goes back, a budget that's actually been as easy as this year. It must be 15 years probably since there has been a budget as easy as this year. And I think we ought to have a little bit more recognition of the fact that a Labour government is doing its bit. This amendment is about spending extra money that the government has provided, and this is just a fraction. The government has provided an unprecedented amount of extra funding for roads. 10 million last year was the highest since the previous Labour government, and now we have a 3-year settlement and we have 188 million. That is not to be sniffed at. I think we should show a bit more respect for that. And we should be seeing the difference. And if that does not happen, the buck stops directly with the fault of the Highways Authority, the Liberal Democrat County Council. Nothing to do with the City Council, it's the County Council. And there was a ranking of councils recently, and Cambridgeshire was given green for funding. It was a traffic light, red, yellow, green ranking, but amber and near red for delivery. But I should mention now the other obstacle we have to progress. The council does not risk fix roads itself. It's all outsourced in one big contract. Much of that is subcontracted. The council does not deal directly with the people doing the work. Basically, the council has a millstone round its neck. A single contract where there's no incentive to do work properly, as they get paid again when they fix the potholes that are opened up again. No penalties for shoddy work. No incentive to address the root causes of potholes appearing. Manchester, who have a green rating for doing their roads well, do most of it through a in-house company with in-house provision. It is down to the Liberal Democrats to get rid of the millstone around our necks. And if they don't have the courage to do so, the blame for the state of Cambridgeshire roads is 100% theirs.
Thank you very much. So the speakers I have is Councillor Ioannidis, Councillor Bulat, Councillor Tierney and Councillor Fane. I might have missed somebody in the forest of hands. And yes, so Councillor Machini was in the forest of hands. Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, Councillor Black actually made some good points. So I'm going to speak to some of the other things on this amendment. This amendment normalises two things that Reform rejects: more borrowing and a higher future council tax assumption. It proposes £20 million prudential borrowing and then quietly bakes in the higher assumed council tax rise from 27-28. If highways investment is essential, then prove the scheme list, prove the outcomes, and reprioritise within existing plans. Don't put future households on the hook because it's politically convenient today. I'll vote no because we don't oppose fixing the roads, but because we oppose lazy financing and automatic tax rackets. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a good example of making a point and keeping it brief. Thank you. Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, I do have to say that this amendment genuinely took me by surprise because it was already unusual to see a Lib Dem amendment to a Lib Dem budget as strategy and resources, perhaps because the administration realized a bit too little too late that it was a bad decision for residents and of course for them politically. But now we have yet another Lib Dem amendment to a Lib Dem administration budget. However, you'd be pleased to know that unlike the LGR debate where we had a Lib Dem amendment to a Lib Dem paper, I'm actually not opposed to the aim of this amendment, what this amendment tries to achieve, which is to invest more in highways. But as my colleagues pointed out before, of course, the funding we receive, and it's really interesting how we frame that this is the most difficult budget when we all know how the national funding circumstances look like, and my colleagues already point that out. So if confidence alone in some of the speeches fix the potholes, I'm sure they will all be sorted, but that's not definitely the case with this administration. On the subject matter of this, I think one of the questions that's really important to ask for ourselves and our residents is if we invest more every year, like we invested more in the previous administration last year, and now the proposal to invest even more, why is public satisfaction with highways only marginally, I would say, improving? So we do have to ask this uncomfortable question of what is actually going wrong in how we're delivering it, despite more funding from national government and indeed this administration and the previous one investing more in maintenance. And the answer is the contracts, the lack of incentives, and the lack of penalties for doing a bad job. The answer, with a lot of bad delivery across contracts and local authorities, is to actually follow the money, to see who is actually benefiting from doing a bad job and what the lack of incentives are in the system, like my colleague Councillor Black pointed out. There are many questions that residents ask me on this that I think we should all consider if we're making the case to invest more, to actually have the value for money, especially if we're proposing to borrow or indeed to raise council tax for this. Everyone wants to see roads fixed, but they want to see why some essential works, safety works, are not already in the capital program. Why are some projects really delayed, such as the repairs on Mill Road that residents asked about to my colleagues in Cambridge? Why are we wasting so many millions in general in the CPCA on consultants, for example? Take, for example, the A141 project, which has very negative local feedback in my area in St. Ives, millions just to get to an outline business case. That's more of a question for the mayor, but I think as a council we should speak about those issues and ensure value for money. And more importantly, the key question is why are we still so reluctant and using LGR as an excuse every single step to actually bringing more services in-house? So I'll just end by saying I am grateful to all the highways officers and especially those working on our roads and including contractors, because some of the level of abuse many have experienced whilst just doing their job over the last many years is really unacceptable. I spoke to some of them, and because we have such a bad, I guess, reputation of highways repairs in general, so many of them feel those negative views from the public. And I really want to thank everyone who's just doing their job. And the problem is not the people who work hard every day, it is the system. So the Labour government actually increasing pothole funding is welcome. The administration prioritizing this area of work is welcome. But until we actually do fix the way our roads are fixed, until those potholes are actually put before private profit, residents will continue, I'm afraid, to see inefficiencies, duplication, and the same issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bulat, and I'm sure all of us also thank all of our highways officers and the work that they do, especially during the winter. I have Councillor Tierney, Councillor Fain, Councillor Massini, Councillor Tong. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Every year when we have this budget and we discuss the budget, you can pretty much predict the same comments are going to be made. And those comments are everybody blaming everybody else for the problem. So they blame the government, they blame the previous administration. Nobody ever blames themselves. We've even got a Labour member standing up, even though they were partially in control for the last 4 years, even though they're in government now, but it's not their fault. And we're the same. The Conservatives also are partly to blame for this. Of course we are. Under the leadership of Steve Count previously, we did not shower ourselves in glory in regards to highways, and I'm not going to pretend we did. I don't think any of the amendments today are the solution. Now, I'm going to support one or two of them because I think they're better than the one that we've got in front of us, but they are not the solution in my mind. My mind is that we need to be honest about highways. And the honesty is we just don't spend anywhere near enough on them. And the public know that. You can do all the propaganda you like. Councillor Beckett does his, I love his propaganda, he's always good at it. But the truth is, the public drive on the roads and they know that they are the worst they've ever been. And anyone who's driving on them knows that. And you can tell them any figures you like and they know you're lying. So I'm sorry, that it's just not true. Our roads are a disaster. They're an embarrassment. We should be ashamed of them. And the fact that the problem exists elsewhere in the country doesn't matter. This is our area and this is the area we are responsible for. So what we should have done is sat down, got together and said, how can we make cuts and changes so that we can deliver the amount of money we need to get the highway straight? But nobody will ever do that. All they will do is pass the blame. It's weak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. And I'm not sure that those concerned are necessarily lying, but everybody has a different perspective. Okay, Councillor Fane, Councillor Machini, Councillor Tong.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a lot of support for improving the state of our roads. Indeed, I think all of us would want that. But we have to accept that if we're going to succeed in that, we have to be prepared to pay for it. And I think it is important that we make this additional investment in capital in order to secure improvement on our roads. I would argue that we are not putting good money after bad, as one resident put it to me the other day. What we are doing is investing for the future, and that will, in the long term, save money. If members will bear with me, I'm just going to draw on the experience of recent events within my division, and this affects members both north and south who know who I'm referring to, with an A road, which was, I was very glad to see 4 crews out at night repairing the potholes on the A1301, which goes from Trumpington through my division. And I welcome the work that those contractors were doing. But I have to say that talking to residents on that road and the side streets on Saturday, the vast majority were critical of the standard of the repairs. That can't be helped. If we are patching, we cannot do the good job. What I was struck by in particular was those same residents said how welcome was the resurfacing on another road, Granham's Road. Most of them were not aware that we hadn't even finished that resurfacing. We were leaving it, the council was leaving it until weather conditions were right in order to get a better quality finish. Residents welcome resurfacing, and we have to increase the amount that we do of that and reduce the amount of patching that we do. And this investment will help to do that. There is no point saying you support an improvement in road maintenance if you are not prepared to support the capital funds necessary to secure that. Chair.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Machini, Councillor Tong.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do feel I have to briefly speak on this for 2 reasons. One a bit more serious and one a bit more lighthearted. Let's get the serious one out of the way. Yes, we do speak to our contractors. Yes, we do witness what they go through every day. In my own division, I've had people with guns pointed at them. I've had people with their bones broken and ended up in serious condition in hospital. So I know how difficult it is, and we should absolutely be supportive of them. Now, that's the serious stuff out of the way. I did find it slightly surprising that we have had 2 Lib Dem amendments to 2 Lib Dem budgets in so many meetings. And I was slightly worried when I wasn't caught in the forest of hands to begin with that people would steal my joke, because I feel very much a bit like Lady Bracknell, to be honest. You know, 1 amendment might be considered a misfortune. The misfortune perhaps being that your backbenchers, and I really hope it's just your backbenchers, didn't spot the first time what was in the finance tables until the Labour Party pointed it out, and so we had to have an amendment. But the second amendment does actually indeed look like carelessness, to be honest. Yes, it's fine. This is something we've done in all our previous budgets together. We don't have a problem with it. And in fact, given that this amendment would live quite happily alongside our own, we're very happy not to block it. At the same time, you know, in a few hours, when we finish debating this business plan, there is another item in front of us, which we will have to discuss or not, because the administration signaling they're not happy with what's in front of us either. Will you get your story straight, please?
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Tong, Councillor Dupre.
Good morning. Now, it is often said, or at least I often hear said, that when the Western Roman Empire fell, most people began to notice this downturn by the state of the roads and the fact that the very basics weren't getting done. It's quite likely that this is apocryphal. However, the key thing I think is important is people associate the fact that infrastructure can not be restored with failure of states. And I do think the fact we're not seeing the very basics being done, very simple things like our roads being repaired, people have begun to really lose trust in democracy in this country. It needs to be prioritized. It's obviously such an issue that residents are constantly raising because, well, not only is it showing, not only are communities really falling into disrepair, there are tangible downsides to that. You see injuries, you see people struggle to get where they want to go. And I think capital investment specifically is very, very important. A lot of the problems with our roads are fundamental, and the types of patchwork repairs that we're doing just aren't doing the job. We need capital repair. However, I do think the repair work that we are funding through this amendment, which I will support for the record, it is unsustainable. We do need sources of funding and sources of support from national government beyond just raising council tax. We can't be pushing the burden of fixing up the basics onto regular people that are already struggling to make ends meet.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tong. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. The condition of the highways in Cambridgeshire is a top priority of residents and therefore of this Lib Dem-led administration. It's not unique to Cambridgeshire. There are complaints and problems all over the country. The motoring associations highlight those, and the social media is a forest of comments from Cheshire to Hampshire about how bad the roads are in their area and how their county is the worst in the country. So it's the result of decades of underinvestment and neglect by the government of all stripes nationally. But here in Cambridgeshire, it's made worse by the managed decline approach of previous Conservative administrations of this council, along with a poorly negotiated contract for highways maintenance, and of the accelerating effect of more extreme weather. On top of this, we have a particular issue with our peat soil roads, predominantly in the north of the county. As has already been said, these are extremely expensive to maintain, far beyond the capacity of the council's own resources, and certainly not simple. 500 million of the 800 million backlog in highways repairs in Cambridgeshire is attributable to those peat soil roads. This amendment is a further signal that this administration has recognised the issue and shares the public view about the state of our roads. We are putting what we can into addressing the problem, but ultimately, to see us move beyond mere stay-still status, the government needs to own this, which is why we have raised it with the Combined Authority, with the National Infrastructure Commission, and with ministers, and continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it Councillor Gilbraith wish to speak? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you don't mind if I don't stand. First of all, I would like to say that I noted the comments from Councillor Frayne when he said we weren't throwing good money after bad. I hope that was what I heard, because I disagree with that completely. We are throwing good money after bad, and this amendment putting further funding in my opinion, is a waste of money. I spend a lot of time, I have made a point to go around to see every complaint from residents on potholes. It's time consuming, but I decided I would take it on. And what I've found is the standard of repair is shocking. I've got one particular road, I won't name it, one particular road where there's, and it's only about 300 yards long, and I note there is probably 18 to 20 complaints of poor repair. And on 2 of the potholes, this is the 3rd time there's been reported. What I say is, and what I've found, I should say, when I contacted officers about quality control on repairs, I was told it was random, arbitrary, and possibly very unlikely that any of these repairs would have been subject to quality control. Therefore, until such time as you actually have quality control, and you have the possibility of going back to the contractors. The standard of repair in the potholes I've seen is quite awful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other speakers? If not, I will go back to Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and I hope you don't mind if I stay seated. I am sick to the back teeth of hearing councils around the country from all political parties. I'm not trying to say it's only some political parties, but for councils and councillors around the country whose first reaction to everything is, let's raise the council tax as much as we can. The council tax is a massive burden on many, many ordinary people, and it really behoves us to try to minimize the effect of increases. Nevertheless, we just assume, let's increase it by the maximum. We have a main budget here which increases the council tax by 4.99%, followed by further increases in future years. This amendment proposes to increase that proposed increase in future years, and it really is unacceptable. Having as a default position, let's just raise the council tax, is increasingly unacceptable to people, not merely in Cambridgeshire, but right across the country. And it doesn't have to happen. Look at even within Cambridgeshire what we have. In East Cambridgeshire, we have a council which hasn't increased its council tax for 13 years. In Fenland, we have a lower council tax in cash terms now than we had 7 years ago. So it's not necessarily the case that council tax has always to be the default position, the assumed position before any work is done on how spending takes place. And I'm not talking here about spending on vanity projects, although there is spending on vanity projects, as we know. I'm talking about ensuring that we, in our capacity as councillors, ensure efficiency and effectiveness, that we put the hard work in, comment made by Councillor Galbraith, to ensure that quality control is put in place so that we don't find that money which currently is spent on repairs is to some extent wasted. And that's where the concentration should be, not, oh, let's increase the council tax again further, but not even for next year. We're talking about the year after next. There's a pothole crisis now. And the idea that this is some sort of fix to the situation we've got at the moment is, to be quite honest, quite risible. So I cannot support this. And I have to say that I think that right across the county, we've reached the limit for so many people about how much they just can spend in their monthly budget on council tax. And if members in this council do not appreciate that, I think some of them will find themselves not winning elections in the future, because I think that the mood of the country has got to the stage that increased tax, whether it be council tax or national tax, increased tax is just not a viable option anymore.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowden. If there are no other speakers on the amendment, I'd like to return to Councillor Wyatt to sum up. Thank you.
Thanks. I've lost count of the number of highway-related issues I've had in my inbox since I took on this role, especially at this particular time of year. It's difficult. And I'm proud to be able to say that to every one of those people who've sent in a message to me or one of my colleagues who feel like they're screaming into the void, we hear you. The opposition in this room are all too ready to criticise the state of the roads and our commitment to fix it, but no suggestion there of how they would do it differently or indeed better. I notice also the readiness to challenge our contract, despite the fact that several of them were present in the room last month at Highways and Transport Committee when we discussed it confidentially. So you all know what's happening and what we're doing about it. I'm proud that the Liberal Democrats have pushed more than any other group to invest more in highways. I don't need to list again all of the successes that we've had so far, but also the way that we have to go. When I learned that the investment that we are currently spending, which is record, wasn't planned to go in the year after next, I couldn't let it slip through the cracks, large as they are. So I've brought this, and Alex and everybody, so that we can say, right, let's commit to this for the future so we know where we're going. Planning ahead allows us to make bigger, better commitments that will support things in the long term rather than just be sticking plasters. This amendment gives that guarantee, and I urge people to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, I think we've had a good debate on the amendment. I know some of these themes we will return to. I must admit I hadn't expected references to the Romans, but why not? So I would like to now take a vote on the amendment. The Council Constitution requires that voting in relation to annual budget setting, including motions and amendments, shall be by recorded vote. Can I therefore ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote? Oh, did I miss Councillor? Sorry. Councillor Nessing.
I don't need to sum up on this one. It's fine
That's
for
what I
you to
suspected.
vote.
Sorry, but I should have asked you. Can I therefore ask that Democratic Services Manager conduct a recorded vote by taking electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 35 votes in favour, 17 against and 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore carried.
Thank you very much. Members, we now come to a second amendment for our annual business plan today, and that is to be moved by Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, we'd like to move your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As we've already heard with the administration's proposals, a maximum council tax hike, a budget that kicks the can down the road, and a plan that asks residents to pay more for less. We believe that a council must live within its means, just like households we represent. To be clear, we do not support this council tax rise. We believe that in any time that the council's default position should be to freeze council tax, as Councillor Bowden and Councillor Tini have said, not maxing it out. But we are working within an envelope of this budget today. Then we must at least ensure that every penny spent delivers real value for the people of Cambridgeshire. This amendment is about priorities. It's about choosing potholes over policy processes. It's about choosing flood prevention over internal bureaucracy. It's about children over council PR. The administration proposes to spend millions on internal processes, on transformation programmes that promise much but deliver little to the people stuck in traffic on our crumbling roads. Our amendment proposes to take £400,000 away from the communications budget. We do not need more press releases telling residents how good a job the council is doing. Residents know the truth when they drive down their street. They know the truth when they drive through floodwaters rising. They know the truth when their kids aren't getting the support they are entitled to. We propose to reallocate that money directly to where it is needed most. First, highways. Our roads are a disgrace. We are proposing an immediate injection of funds, not in a year's time, into routine maintenance. We want to see more gullies cleaned to prevent flooding that blights our communities and will be happening again this week. We want to see more potholes filled, not just patching them up to fail again in a month or so's time, as I found this week in Warboys. We want to see repairs to the roads damaged by peat soil shrinkage and specific which is a huge neglected issue in our county. Second, on flooding, the situation at the Erith Causeway is a symbol of this council's inaction. Year after year it floods. Year after year we hear excuses. Our amendment puts money on the table, funding from revenue policy reserves to finally commission the studies needed to get a solution to an outline business case. No more dither, let's get it done. Third, our most vulnerable children. We all know that a delay in education, health and care plans, EHCPs, are unacceptable. This is a capacity issue. Our amendment allocates £400,000 to increase capacity in the assessments team. We are funding this by cutting the communications budget. It is a simple choice: press release or support our special needs children. I know which one I will choose. I know which one the residents of Cambridgeshire would choose. Mr. Chairman, this amendment demonstrates that you can prioritise frontline services. You can find money for the things that matter if you're willing to cut the things that don't. And I commend the amendment to the council.
Thank you very much. I believe Councillor Bowden, you're going to second. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
May I reserve the right, please, Chair?
Sure. Members, can I have speakers to this amendment? Councillor De Holger Dawson, Domain Homan. Who else did I miss? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Rees, another Forrest, Councillor Black and Councillor Machini, and sorry if I didn't get it in the right order, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Ioannidis was first last time, so I'm sorry if I missed him in the order. Councillor Edge, Councillor Beckett. Okay, Councillor Martin, you're very famous. Right, who do we have first? Who's that? Who? Okay, Councillor Deter, thank you. Councillor Deter, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak on the amendment for the new priority for Erith Causeway. To give some background, Shelford Road runs between Willingham and Erith. It is a major local route and a key connection for commuters, buses, farm traffic and families. As that road approaches Erith, it crosses low-lying ground and drainage channels. Highway engineers and local residents call that section the Erith Causeway. It is part of Shelford Road where the carriageway crosses and the floodplain and faces its greatest stress. When the causeway floods or subsides, the whole route is disrupted. However, this amendment allocates 1 million for an outline business case for Erith Causeway flooding. What it doesn't do is commit funding to fix the road itself. It doesn't rebuild the carriageway. Shelford Road has been subject to repeated closures, emergency repairs and reactive patching work, not just once, but time and time again, because of structural failures and ongoing deterioration. Residents in Willingham tell me every week that this road, and particularly this stretch, is a priority. They do not want another study, they want a permanent solution. And we all know from experience that a permanent solution will cost multiple millions of pounds, not 1 million for a business case. There is a real danger that residents will read this amendment and believe the problem is being funded, but allocating money for a study is not the same as allocating money to deliver a fix. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Gardner, Councillor Rees, Councillor Ioannidis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do hope the administration can support the Conservative amendment because my residents and parish councils want to see potholes fixed and gullies cleaned. Residents of Cambridgeshire should not have to run the gauntlet of potholes just to go about their daily lives. I can only speak about my division, which is in the rural west of Cambridgeshire. Many of the roads in my division are single track roads with no footpaths, particularly in the small villages, which means all traffic is on the road, whether it be pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders, cars or HGVs. These roads are also unlit, which makes them navigating them at night or in wet conditions challenging, as potholes are not visible to road users. The recent bad weather, constant rain, has led to the edges of the carriageway becoming deeply rutted, which means if you come off the road, it is very difficult to get back on. In one of my villages, Covington, which I visited last week with residents, the situation is even worse. The potholes were repaired before Christmas, but the quality of the repair was absolutely appalling. The tarmac has now come out of the holes and created lumps on the road. So now the traffic has to navigate round potholes and lumps, which is particularly difficult on a single track road, even where the passing places are next to useless. Also, if you're a pedestrian or cyclist, you know, on a single track road, you've got no chance of avoiding them if you've got another vehicle, particularly an HGV, coming in the opposite direction. These roads have been destroyed by HGVs using them as an alternative route when roads like the A14 have been closed. No work has been done to repair them. Many of my rural roads also double up as cycle routes on the national network, but they are littered with potholes. Have we got to wait for someone to be injured or, heaven forbid, killed to see them repaired? Please support this Conservative amendment as it puts additional funding into pothole repairs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rees, Councillor Ioannidis, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Conservative group for this amendment. From my perspective, I really hear the comments that the number one priority is fixing the roads. I won't be supporting this amendment mainly because I just don't see that that amendment is going to solve this problem. And one of the approaches that it's taking seems to be downspending the Just Transition Fund. The Just Transition Fund is a really, really important area of funding. It's basically the main, if not the only, real source of funding for really important projects like for long-term sustainability and climate change. For instance, surveys about rewooding of Cambridgeshire, you know, the second most woodland depleted county in the country. So I'm really wanting to protect this Just Transition Fund. And that's for the main reason I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. Councillor Ioannidis, then Councillor Black and Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to state the amendment itself does correctly identify the discretionary funds to draw down on to repurpose for roads. And I do actually understand the logic in that investment proposal. However, where I do find issue is with what Councillor Galbraith and Councillor Bowden himself have earlier already correctly stated. The strategy, the methods, and the continuance in poor maintenance has enabled a culture regarding the highways, a waste of money. Therefore, although I do understand the proposal here, and I am sympathetic to its arguments, I'm not confident that the investment would be spent well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Black, Councillor Beckett, Councillor Edge.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take up much time now with historical things. So after all, only a very small minority of county councillors can actually remember the state of the roads during the fall of the Western Roman Empire. But I just want to go back to what Councillor Martin said in his opening remarks. Is thinking that everything would change under the Liberal Democrats, that they would be unleashed, that we would see Liberal Democrat distinctiveness. Well, it's maybe distinctively boring, but they'd be bold. And if we look at this amendment, now he said about the Liberal Democrats, I can't see any tough decisions here. And in this amendment, there's no cut in council tax. There's actually no reduction in the maximum council tax that's been asked. And I've just got up to say, you're saying, where are the tough decisions? Look in a mirror. I think the Tory party should look at their amendment and perhaps look in a mirror. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I missed Councillor Hawker-Dawson, but Councillor Beckett, if you wish to go, and then Councillor Hawker-Dawson after that.
Thank you, Chair. So this Conservative amendment proposes £1 million to address the peat soil affected roads. I mean, that sounds like something until you realise the scale of the backlog of those roads, which is £500 million. This amendment addresses not 1% of the problem, not even 0.5% of a problem, but 0.3% of the issue. And I'm really sorry, it just shows how little the Conservatives understand what the problem is with our network. I've spent years trying to bring the peat soil affected roads to the attention of government. When speaking to the now former Conservative MP for East Cambridgeshire, Lucy Fraser, I was horrified to find that she had no idea about peat soil affected roads and zero interest in helping to fix them. Given that she was a minister at the time, somebody who could affect real change, the lack of understanding from the Conservatives was mind-blowing. We have already ring-fenced millions of pounds for the Fen soil affected roads. We have innovation trials starting this year to look at how best to repair them, and we will continue to build our data on the rate of decline. What they really need, though, is government help on the scale of a major road project. I'm pleased to see that our new Liberal Democrat MPs like Charlotte Kane, are taking this seriously and truly listening to and representing the needs of these communities. It's refreshing. Now onto gullies. Yes, an increase in gully cleaning sounds worthwhile. But I have to ask, do they even know what that buys us? So when we took over as an administration, one of the first things we started was we wanted to restart biannual gully cleansing. Do you know what stopped us from doing that? The fact that we didn't know where the gullies were. Just listen to that. Like, honestly, the previous administration did not know how many gullies we had or where they were. That was the first point that we actually had to fix. We've had to get metal detectors out to find the gullies that have been buried under layers and layers of silt due to how the Tories previously treated gullies. This amendment doesn't offer a plan, it offers patches. Reactive pothole funding here, a study at Erith there, all at the expense of our reserves and our long-term resilience. Raise the Just Transition Fund, the Digital Change Reserves, funds meant to safeguard our community's futures, our libraries, our transformation programmes, our climate readiness. You can't build a modern council by hollowing out its foundations. And then there's a proposal to cut communications, stripping back the very teams that help our residents understand services, support adoption and public health, and that keep people informed in times of crises. These are the teams that let people know when Erith floods or when we're doing highways maintenance and having to close roads. This is a false economy that risks far more than it saves. Even the chief exec has warned of serious risks, including redundancies and lost capacity. Compare that with what we've proposed. Over 80 million in additional capital investment over the last 2 years and then coming 4 years. Planned, funded, delivered. Real results, over 150 miles of road, 500 miles of markings. Long-term work, not short-term headlines. Not patching repairs, not patching potholes, but preventing them. That's what we need to be doing, prevention.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Hawker Dawson, who I missed out, I'm sorry. Then Councillor Domain Home and then Councillor Edge. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to address the proposal in this amendment to draw £1 million from reserves for reactive pothole repairs. I understand why this amendment includes this. Potholes are visible and damaging, and they justifiably annoy residents. And it's clear that this £1 million line is intended to deliver the Conservatives with a neat campaign headline. But we have to be honest with ourselves and with the public about whether this is responsible budgeting or simply short-termism dressed up as action. Raiding reserves is not sustainable. Reserves exist to protect the council against genuine financial shocks and future risk. Using them for day-to-day reactive maintenance is kicking the can down the road, and that risks creating more potholes on the horizon than we can fill today. Now, let me be clear, opposing this amendment does not reflect a lack of concern about road conditions. Road maintenance is a personal priority for me and for my Liberal Democrat colleagues. In much of my division, Soame South and Haddenham, insufficient public transport means villages can effectively become islands. People rely on their cars to go to work, to school, and to get to healthcare settings. Safe, well-maintained roads are essential to economic activity and to a decent quality of life. With the A10 and the A1123 running through my division, I see firsthand the damage potholes can cause, to vehicles, to safety, and to people's trust that the system is working for them. So this is not an abstract debate for me, and it certainly isn't a political game. But caring about potholes means caring about how we fix them, not just announcing another reactive fund that failed to meet the reality that we face. After decades of Conservative underinvestment and managed decline, this authority was handed over with a staggering £800 million highways repairs backlog. And no £1 million raid on reserves will meaningfully address a problem of that scale. What will make a difference is the long-term planned investment set out in this budget. It deliberately shifts us away from reactive fixes and toward planned preventative maintenance, the only approach proven to slow deterioration, to stop us chasing the same defects, and to build a more resilient highways network. That is responsible stewardship. By contrast, this Conservative amendment offers only a short-term campaign headline at the expense of long-term stability, weakening our financial resilience. And I hope we can all agree that residents deserve more than a press release, more than press release politics. They deserve roads that last. The Lib Dems are injecting a further £40 million into highways capital funding over the next 2 years, bringing total highways capital spend to £59 million per year. And that's more than double what it was in 2023. We're also cracking down on poor reinstatement practices, issuing over £483,000 in fines to utility companies and developers who fail to repair roads properly and on time. And meanwhile, as we've already heard, local Liberal Democrat MPs Charlotte Kane, Ian Sollom and Pippa Heylings are pressing the government to provide the funding needed to address not only peat soil affected roads, but this enormous funding gap left behind, because no county council can fix an £800 million backlog alone. So, Chair, while I understand the frustration this amendment is seeking to inflame, I cannot support a proposal that prioritises short-term headlines over long-term highway strategy. This budget does the hard, unglamorous work of repairing the damage of years of Conservative neglect and putting our roads on a sustainable footing. And so I urge members to reject this amendment.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask Councillor Damary Homan and pronounce his name correctly this time. Thank you.
Nearly, Chair, nearly. But thank you. So I will try and keep brief and not go over some of the issues we've already mentioned. For me, so I share a ward with, or a division, apologies, with Councillor Fane. The A1301, that has not just seen defects, it has seen complete degradation of the roads. We can point to previous administrations with managed decline, with the M Group contract, etc. I don't think I need to make those points anymore. My problem is £1 million will not go far at all within this county. It would be lovely to put another £1 million in, but 20 million into capital maintenance, that is what matters. When I go and speak to my residents about the A1301, about the A10, my overlap or the boundary with the chairs division, where we have the A505 and Causeway, which has fallen apart. And I know you've seen some fantastic AI images from residents showing, making fun of the potholes. But these issues, we're not going to just fill them. We need to resurface. That's why we as Lib Dems are committing serious amounts of money. And I'd be very interested to get some clarification on Councillor Martin's point that you want to see potholes filled rather than patched up. Not quite sure what that means. I also would like to thank Mr. Luckland, actually, for starting us off with a very pertinent public question today. We are doing what we can to change procedures. We need to continue to improve internally as a service. Taking money away from the Digital and Change Reserve will impede these changes. Councillor Beckett, in response to Mr. Luckland's question, told us how no data was available before a few years ago, and data is coming forth. That is exactly the sort of thing that the Digital and Change Reserve enables us to do. So cutting money there just doesn't seem sensible in any way, shape or form to me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Edge, Councillor Goldsack, Councillor Massini.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take us away from highways for a moment, if that's okay. I want to focus on EHCP recommendations within this amendment. I'm going to start by saying no one is under any illusions. We know the Council needs to do better with our response times to EHC applications and annual reviews. And of course, we all want to see that improved. Let's also not be under any illusions that the SEN crisis not only exists in Cambridgeshire, it absolutely does not. The government admitted yesterday they recognise the current SEN system is not working for children and families, nor is it working for local authorities, which continue to face significant financial pressures. In this room today, I'm sure most of us know this well. This isn't really just about money, though. For far too long, education in this country has not been getting the headlines and attention it really needs and deserves. Every child has a right to education. Education, particularly if broadened to help young people with their well-being and preparation for life, is everything. It's the foundation not only to an individual's future, but to laying a strong foundation to the future of our society. The political pantomime of recent years has pushed education down the priority list for most people and politicians. This until you are needing to navigate the SEN system, which, as we all know, if we didn't already, is not fit for purpose and needs serious transformation. Leading to and navigating transformation and supporting our families, and any kind really requires good quality communication. Sharing our improvements and supporting our families here in Cambridgeshire requires really good communication. Our officers make it clear in their report for this amendment that trying to obtain 400k by making reductions in our communication budget is not so clear-cut and will come with hidden costs, reducing important services like this, and mid-LGR at best feels really premature, but in reality completely bonkers. The Children's Education and Families Directorate have shared their confidence in the 290k added to the budget last year to manage EHCP assessments, this reducing to 720 annually from this year. But with the additional one-off 780 approved by CYP and SRP at the end of last year. The Directorate are currently undergoing a full education service restructure following a lengthy discovery and analysis phase to redesign the workforce to support SEND capacity. That is currently underway. It is anticipated that it will significantly increase our capacity to meet demand for EHCP assessment. However, whether demand fluctuates, drops, or continues to increase, this will be the decisive factor in whether the workforce needs further investment. We need to give this redesign time to bed in before adding unplanned funds. Since October, we've started to see green shoots and hope we are putting down the roots for ongoing improvement in this area. Yesterday's announcements by the government made it clear the long-awaited schools white paper is nearly upon us. Though the statement shared promising suggestions that give us hope in removing our high needs block deficits, there is more detail to be shared and unpicked. I, for one, don't yet have confidence this long anticipated paper will give us the answers we, children, families and schools would hope for, but it will set the clear parameters we need to move forward from in planning and future budgeting. To be clear, I don't support these amendments.
Thank you very much. So I have Councillor Goldsack, Councillor Machini, Councillor Lowe, and if you don't mind, I'd like to move back to the seconder at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Edge, I was going to focus on EHCP and understand where we are, but a couple of things have come up that I would like to share. I agree it's great to have all this data that we've got for highways. Maybe we can use the data to fill the holes. That might help a little bit. But I can't see that we're always doing what we've always done and expecting something different. I'm not seeing the change, the fundamental changes. I support the drive for more longer term investment in the main roads itself to get them fixed, but I still think we're going about it the same way. But my main focus of this discussion is on EHCPs and some of the things that Councillor Edge has just said, and also Councillor Hawker Dawson said something as well. Councillor Hawker Dawson said press release politics. Is that why we've got 21 full-time employees in our can't even say it, communications team to handle that much politics release? Now let me bring that into perspective. We have recently risen from the work that Councillor Edge has just highlighted to the halcyon position of 18% success on our EHCPs. Let me just help members understand what that means. That means for every applicant that wants to get tested, for every family involved, for every school that they attend or don't attend, for every person in that whole process, we are succeeding for less than 20% of them to get them their report on time. Okay? So Councillor Edge then said that we're going to focus on much more and we're going to do much more and we've got to give these chances time to bed in. So why, when I asked at the latest CYP meeting, is the goal just 46%? Put that into perspective. If that was midwives catching a baby when it's just been born, they'd be dropping over half of them. This is fundamental failure. What this amendment does is put some more money and some focus into an area of real concern. I'm our group's representative on EHCP, and what I'm saying here is our Liberal Democrat leadership need to be looking at the whole committee, its structure, its members, its size, and how we move forward on this, right? Give further support to what's going on. 18% performance in a major area of concern for our residents is not good enough. and setting a stretch target of 46% just because that's the national guide, the national performance level at this moment in time is, well, underwhelming. Underwhelming, because if it's 46% average, that means there's a lot of people above average. Why aren't we one of those? So I would support this amendment, and I'd actually urge you to do so. If not for the highway section, then for the EHCP world, on which we need to shine some light and stop getting bogged down in potholes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machini and then Councillor Lowe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I mean, I don't think Councillor Martin wants an award from me, but I will give him that he's probably got the most credible business plan in front of us today after hours, for which, as I said, he probably doesn't want it, but I'll credit him anyway. There are some problems, though, and I wasn't actually expecting the rhetoric that came with the amendment because, you know, if you're going to make a point, you probably have to support it. Councillor Martin wasn't here, but his group, well, his former group, had, I suppose, a proud, although it's probably not the way I would put it, but...
Councillor Machini, I don't know if you could move the mic back a little bit.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'll do my best. You know, I was here, Councillor Martin wasn't, but quite a lot of his group were, when the Conservative administration of this council had a proud, I suppose, if you would call it that, record of not always, which doesn't mean never, but not always using the full amount of the allowed council tax increase. I've got some figures, I will quote them later. But, you know, it's possible. And, you know, some of his frontbenchers might advise on how you achieve that. If you can't, don't talk about it. I mean, it would be my suggestion. There are some other things, I suspect, which are a bit problematic. And I think you probably want to get a bit smarter in terms of, you know, things like flooding prevention in Erith. I mean, these things should be in the capital programme. We have just passed an amendment that actually puts quite a lot more money in the capital programme. The capital programme's had a lot of money for quite a few years now. Get smart about getting that on the agenda. Ask why it's not, because it should be. And I don't think you need money specifically in a budget amendment to do that. The other problem that we have got is that although I can totally understand the desire to reverse the cut, and there is a cut from this administration in this budget to the temporary resource allocated to the EHCP resource, but that problem is not going to go away in the sense that burning backlogs is only one way, and the backlogs that you've burned will come back unless you fix the problem permanently. And that requires more than is in front of us today. But the biggest problem in this amendment, and this is a big problem, and I would recommend that people think about it if they are serious about putting something forward that they think should be the business plan of this council. Funding services by cutting staff is hugely fraught and problematic. It really, really is. Because essentially, and we've seen that so many times, if you cut staff, you cut capacity for delivery. And it doesn't matter which area we're looking at, unless you really are trying to say that we've got teams in our council that do nothing. That is a very, very dangerous message to put across. Cutting staff will stop your ability to deliver. That leads to delays, that leads to underspends. How many times have I listened to Councillor Bowden in adults saying that underspends are just as bad as overspends? I agree. You should not be risking that. And there is quite a big proportion in this of like a political message that you want to come across. A lot of this stuff is going to end up in leaflets, that's fine. But is the political message that you're putting across worth the actual message that we're sending to our teams that their work is not valued or wanted? Think about that.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Lowe, and then I'll ask Councillor Bowden to sum up.
Thank you. It was just really in reference to Councillor Dieter's comment on yet another survey for Erith Causeway. As County Councillor for Somersham and Erith Division and a regular user of the road, I know the difficulties residents struggle with when the road is flooded and closed, with the knock-on effects of St Ives becoming gridlocked and residents having to take long detours. A new survey is required to reassess the best options for how to resolve the issues of Erith Causeway and the road flooding. Not only because there's been changes in technology and materials, but it's also to allow vehicles to travel safely through the flooded roads. Ongoing deterioration of the peat-based carriageway and the increasing number of potholes are further impacting safety and resilience, making updated data essential for identifying a practical long-term solution. Residents in the villages have to drive due to lack of public transport, and the roads must be fixed to a condition that means they do not deteriorate within 12 hours. And that is what Councillor Martin was referring to from the Warboys Parish Council meeting last night, which I am District Councillor for. 3 vans, 7 people to fill 1 pothole, which then deteriorated within 12 hours. That is not good use of money or resources. We need to put as much money as we can into the highways budget year on year to fix the potholes and other deterioration. And the additional money for ECHPs is vital to help families and children get the support they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like Councillor Bowden as seconder now to speak, and Councillor Nessinger will sum up. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I think, Chair, you'd agree with me, it's been quite an interesting debate. I'll try and respond to as many points raised as possible. But for many members, Chair, this will be the first County Council budget debate that they've attended. Some of us, unfortunately, have attended many more than that. But it's worth saying that there are 2 types of budget amendment which come from the opposition. I won't say anything about the administration putting in a budget amendment, but there are 2 types of amendment. There's a political one and there's a practical one. And the political one, which is perfectly legitimate, is where an opposition party know that an amendment won't be passed, but they want to state how they would run the council in a very different way from the way in which the administration is. And that's a perfectly legitimate political point to make. But there's also the practical amendment. And that's where a relatively small but important change is proposed, which doesn't fundamentally challenge the administration's budget, but which does address some specific issue or issues. And that's what this amendment is. It's a practical one, not a political one. And that explains, Councillor Black, why we're not putting forward something we know wouldn't be approved, which would be what I would like to see, which is a 0% council tax increase. We don't have the luxury of putting forward a political budget, Chair, because the whole county faces a highways and pothole crisis. Potholes are the worst that we've ever seen before, ever. And just from personal experience, I've been a county councillor for 11 years, and it's only the 2nd time I've had a situation where a road defect has been so bad that I've needed to contact the county council and say, this is a danger to life, and if action isn't taken now, we could be facing corporate manslaughter. Only the 2nd time I've had to do that in 11 years. And anyone who doesn't believe that we've got a highways and pothole crisis, I'm afraid, isn't listening to their residents. And that's why I found Councillor Wyatt's comment that he was proud of the County Council's record on highways very interesting. I'm not sure if it will appear in his next Lib Dem focus leaflet. It may well appear in my next leaflet locally to say that the Lib Dem member thinks that. Councillor De Terre says that we shouldn't be spending money on a survey. Well, I hate the way in which so much money has to be spent before any major capital program takes place on studies and reports. But that's the way the system works. If you don't have an outline business case, you won't get the funding to be able to make a change. I don't agree with that, but that's the way the system works. And it won't cost £1 million to get the outline business case done. Part of that £1 million will be able to be used towards the capital expenditure which eventually must take place there. I heard what Councillor Ionades said and Councillor Galbraith about quality control and about the culture. And they're entirely correct. We need a fundamentally different culture in our approach, not merely to highways, it has to be said, but to the whole council and the way I hope the whole council works. Unfortunately, culture change takes time. You don't get that overnight. It takes, if not months, it takes years to get culture change. And we've got a crisis now. So this amendment affects spending in 7 weeks' time when the new financial year starts. And that's why I'd encourage Councillor Ionades to put aside his very legitimate concern about culture and to agree we've got a crisis and we need a short-term fix. And this is a short-term fix for the crisis before we can manage to look at the cultural issue which underlies it all. And I heard Councillor Beckett's comments about the peat soil affected roads. And to sum it up, he said, there's so much money which is needed, so we'd rather spend nothing extra, which I found to be quite an interesting comment. And I found it quite astonishing that he should prioritise public relations over pothole repairs.
Thank you. 1 second, Councillor Bowden.
Point of order, clarification there. I did not say that. I said that we were already investing millions in our peat soil affected roads, 2.5 million ring fence for them specifically.
Councillor Bowden, continue.
Very much thank the clarification which has come from Councillor Beckett on that. And I think that clarification very much makes the point that I made originally. And when you have Councillor Edge saying it's completely bonkers to reduce spend on public relations, I have to say that I think some members may have lost touch with the reality of the day-to-day problems that our electors face. Our residents have a real problem, not with a lack of public relations from County Council, but with a lack of action on potholes, a lack of action on the peat soil affected roads, a lack of action on gully cleaning, and a lack of action on routine repairs. So summing all that up, I would very much like to welcome any members of any political party to support this amendment. And I noted what Councillor Netzinger said in her opening statement to this whole debate. She knows that our highways spending will not be enough. This goes towards, and doesn't anywhere near solve it, but goes towards remediating that statement that Councillor Netzinger herself said. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. So the Conservatives say they don't want to increase council tax, and yet their amendment makes no changes at all to the council tax level. It is hard to take what they say seriously when there is such a huge gap between what they say and the actual changes they are proposing. If they really want to not increase council tax, they need to show what they would really cut to do that, not a one-year reduction in a few areas. And just for information, our comms team are involved in a huge range of work, including key public health programmes, recruiting foster carers, some of which save the council considerable amounts of money. Cutting council tax means real pain, real cuts for the long term, as we will see from the reform amendment. If the Conservatives had wanted to do that, they would have had to show us where those cuts would fall. The same gap is true between the words and action on highways. The Conservative groups say they want to improve our roads, and yet they have just voted against the budget amendment which would actually provide the real investment to do that. This amendment is spin and froth, not a realistic attempt to make things better for residents. It is a reminder that the Conservatives cannot be trusted, and I ask councillors to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Netzinger. I think it's been a thorough debate. I'd like to now move to a vote, please, on the amendment. Could I ask Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. And members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 9 votes in favour, 47 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you very much, members. Members, now it's 12 minutes past 12. I'm inclined not to, if Councillor Ioannidis doesn't mind, not to start the debate on or start the third amendment. If it's okay with all members, we will take an hour's break, come back at 1:15, please. Thank you. Members, welcome back. Welcome back to our. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our meeting. Unfortunately, I think Councillor Goldsachs had to leave us. We hope he's feeling better later today or tomorrow. So, members, we move to the third amendment surrounding the business plan, which is from Reform UK. So, Councillor Ioannidis, will you move your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members, I move the Reform UK amendment, and I want to be clear from the outset. This amendment is not about a single headline. Yes, it reduces the proposed council tax rise this year, but another real purpose is the one-year reset and how this council budgets. Away from maximum tax by default and towards stronger reserves, tighter governance, and demonstrable value for money. Officers have confirmed in terms that the amendment can be considered, so this is now a political choice for members. Do we continue treating residents as the automatic balancing item, or do we require the council to justify itself properly? The business plan itself shows a steep reduction in reserves over the medium term. It also defines so-called strategic framework priorities, reserves available to be prioritised, including funds such as a Just Transition Fund and the 1.7 million anti-poverty allocation. That wording matters. Available to be prioritised means discretionary. These are choices, not statutory obligations, and our amendment makes a different set of choices. Resilience first, evidence first, residents first. Officers describe the impact as lost income, but that language obscures what is really happening. No money disappears today. It is simply but the difference between two future paths. One where residents pay more and one where the council disciplines itself sooner. This amendment says before we keep increasing the tax burden year after year, we will first test our own spending discipline transparently and deliberately. Local government reorganisation is coming, and the business plan recognises it will be costly. Our amendment places existing LGR funding into a ring-fence contingency reserve, restricted to legally required transition costs only, with quarterly public reporting through SRMP. That is not ideology, it's basic governance. It prevents mission creep, it prevents quiet repurposing, and it ensures transparency during the biggest structural change in local government for a generation. The amendment strengthens the general reserve by moving the digital and change reserve into it and requires the head of paid service to formally quantify the need for any future digital and change spend. The business plan already says projects should not start without tested business case. We are simply applying that same standard to major program and change spending. Quantify it, evidence it, justify it. That is the culture shift. Officers warn that using one-off reserves could increase pressure in future years and affect investment priorities. But what is missing is a clear, itemised mapping of which projects are funded from which reserves and what measurable outcomes they deliver. If core services are being presented as dependent on discretionary pots, members should see that as a governance warning and ask for the evidence before going on to repeat the claim. On redundancy, officers explicitly acknowledge that the amendment recognises the risk and identifies a funding route should costs arise. This amendment does not deny consequences, it manages them. So members face a clear decision. You can vote for the old habit, higher bills first, scrutiny later, and reserves steadily drawn down. Or you can vote for a reset, breathing room for residents, ring-fence reorganisation funding with transparency, a stronger general reserve, and a firm requirement that spending is properly evidenced. This is why I move this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe your seconder is Councillor Fisher. Councillor Fisher, do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
Reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you. May I have speakers, please, to debate the motion? I've got a forest as usual. Council, I think just beat them at the draw. Demaria Homan, Councillor Seif, Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Elliott. Can you write these down fast enough? Councillor Tierney, Councillor Black, Councillor Machini. And Councillor Bowden, I may have to revisit in a minute. Thank you. And Councillor Boulat. Go ahead, Councillor de Mary Homan.
Thank you, Chair, and I will stand for this one because this is very important to me. I'm going to reference a number of statistics in this. These will all be from 2024 or later. Most of them have come from local government organisations in our area, unless otherwise stated. So, Reform want to save on council tax, but instead of coming out of our council tax precepts, you've taken 1% out of the adult social care budget. To me, that's unconscionable. This is a demand-led service where we look after the most vulnerable people within our communities. And this is a whole range of people. This isn't just those who we may have questions around whether they're deserving or not. It is so important, our adult social care. Think about it. It's our elderly who've paid into this system for lives, who deserve dignity at the end of their lives.
De Mary Homan, just put your microphone a little bit closer. Thanks.
Apologies. There's people with learning difficulties who have struggled since day one. There's people with disabilities from birth or those emerging. Imagine you lose your sight or you're paralysed and you rely on adult social care to allow you to live a normal life. These are the people that you want to take money away from. It's victims of abuse. I wear this white ribbon lanyard with pride. I am proud to represent this council to defend victims of abuse. This is those who are suffering with serious mental health issues, who cannot cope. We, every single one of us in this room, in this council, voted in support of that. We all acknowledge the importance. There's also those who've got long-term illnesses, but it's shorter term in the sense of adult social care. It's about supporting them through those difficult times, allowing them to get back to work, to allow them to put back into our system, to contribute to our society. All of these people deserve dignity and support. Should we be denying them this for £1.42 a month, saving to a Band D household compared to our proposal? That to me is wild, to be honest. And I have to say, and I appreciate the Reform, not all of you represent Fenland seats, but the majority do. You are not representing the people of Fenland. Fenland has the highest rate of cases for adult social care within the county at 16.9 per 1,000 people. The average cost of case is highest there, around £25,000 a case. If we don't look after these people, they might not be able to recover from what's going on in their lives, their injuries, etc. And they may fall into poverty, which leads me to my next point, which is stripping our anti-poverty reserve. So I've touched on a few people who are affected by adult social care. Many of those issues that they face can lead them into poverty, but it's not just them. Think about our informal carers, those who are carrying the burden of adult social care without pay. According to Joseph Rowntree Foundation, on average, they lose about £5,000 of income a year. That is what our anti-poverty money is set aside to support. It's those who have lost a job in a challenging economic climate, who aren't prepared. They don't have the resources behind them. They don't have the reserves to fund their lives when they lose their employment. It's parents who are working maybe 2 jobs to put food on the table for their families. It's just individuals, single adults who live by themselves, facing the cost of living crisis. And I was really pleased to hear about our accreditation for our support for veterans, because we know that poverty affects veterans as well. And I've struggled with this because I don't want to use them as a political pawn, but I think it's really important that we recognise that. So this is Trussell Trust data. We've seen 27% of veterans run out of food and be able to buy more within a year. Veteran households are 2 times more likely to be in food poverty than the average household. We've seen 16% with physical and mental health conditions struggling to heat their homes. Nearly half, 47% of veteran families with children are going without household essentials, 15% selling their belongings, and 11% taking out high interest loans. These are the people that we are trying to support. This investment is so, so valuable. Across the country, again, so leaning on Joseph Rowntree Foundation here, over 1 in 5 people are in poverty at 21%. Of those, the majority are in what's known as very deep poverty, which is the worst form, the most severe form of poverty. This is what we're trying to tackle. Our quality of life survey here has shown that for residents, 87% are concerned about the cost of living. In Fenland, that's 90%. In Fenland, we have 27,000 children living in poverty across the county. Fenland has the highest level, with 32% of children in poverty after associated housing costs. You've also got the highest unemployment rate in Fenland at 45%. Fuel and food poverty, these are all challenges that you see in Fenland. And when we don't address poverty, it becomes a source of crime, health issues, reduced life expectancy, lack of educational attainment, increased demand on our social housing and more homelessness. Never mind the impact on your communities, on all of our communities, when poverty is present. I am so proud to represent Cosmic and the amazing anti-poverty work we do. I don't have any time to talk about that, but I hope you hear this point. This is about everybody, including your residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mary Homan. Very interesting. I now have Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Seif, Councillor Tong.
Thank you, Chair. That's going to be quite hard to follow. Thank you, Lawrence. So last April, I got a letter, a leaflet through my door promising an end to all the terrible waste at this council. We will reduce the council tax, they said, and improve services, writ proud in white on teal. And it appears that now, 7 months into the job, reality has hit them like a battle bus. Because while they've promised to lower taxes, the best they can think of as an amendment to this budget is an increase of 4% instead of 5%, which sounds like it might be something, okay? Until you do the sums and realise that we are talking about £17 a year for a bandy household. That's 33 pence a week, less than the cost of that very British unit of financial comparison, the Freddo. Now, or, I guess, 2 if you live in a Band H household, or 0 if you're on council tax benefit. Now, let's be clear, those people are the very people that Reform are proposing to charge for this privilege by wiping out our anti-poverty allocation, as we've so eloquently heard. These funds needed to build on the valuable work we've already started in helping Cambridge's most vulnerable residents. And that's not all, because this desperate attempt to fulfill a leaflet pledge won't be covered just by a swipe at those suffering worst from the cost of living crisis. They're also taking an axe to the Just Transition Fund, which so far has helped bring in millions in external funding to help communities improve green spaces, insulate schools, and reduce flood risk. This year, it's going to support libraries. I'm sure your residents will understand as you meet them rowing past a closed library and say, "Don't worry, I saved you £17 on your council tax bill." These reserves aren't just rainy day funds. They are earmarked funds for projects that are already underway. And then what happens when these reserves are drained? Because this proposal is a repeating reduction in income. If you lower the council tax this year, proportionate increases next year will also not happen. If you break the piggy bank once, I notice that this fiscally responsible proposal leaves us with a budget gap in 27-28, 4 million higher than any other amendment tabled today. Where are you going to fund that from? So here we have Reform, deciding external funding isn't worth bothering with and the poor don't deserve support. I don't know, maybe they think they're evil too. All for the sake of a Freddo a week for an average household. Now, nationally, their party has a very simple narrative. They talk about common sense, about standing up for ordinary people, cutting waste. But when that ideology meets real budgets, real people and real responsibilities, the mask slips. Because look what's not being talked about here. These councillors, represent some of the most rural parts of Cambridgeshire, areas with some of the most expensive roads to maintain in the country. Peat soils, years of underinvestment, the issue that residents raise more than any other. And yet, on highways, crickets. Or, as Councillor said earlier, a waste of money. Now, this is the best that Reform can do for Cambridgeshire. Tough on the poor, ignorant on climate, and silent on potholes. Nice try, lads, but Cambridgeshire is better than that. We don't do slogans over substance here. Discretionary is not synonymous with waste, and these aren't line items to be cut for convenience. They're intelligent, responsible governance. Please reject this amendment and reject Reform's fiscal illiteracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I've got Councillor Seif, Councillor Tong, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt, for saying many of the things that I was about to say. Now, were I had to have been persuaded to vote for Reform 25 Limited last May, not something I can imagine very easily, I would be extremely disappointed with this budget amendment and the company's 10 representatives I had helped to elect to this council. Amid a suggestion of the administration's financial incompetence, they made bold promises that they would root out inefficiency, eliminate waste, improve services, overturn net stupid zero policies to cut energy bills, their words, not mine, and cut council tax. And oh yes, I think while I'm at it, according to their Cambridgeshire leaflet, they were also going to freeze immigration and stop the boats, which, even if that were desirable and practical, would have been some mighty achievement for a county council.
To the best of my knowledge, those representatives have been invited to attend every committee meeting and have had every opportunity over the past 9 months to examine the Council's policies and procedures, ask any probing questions on matters that might affect efficiency and effectiveness of expenditure, and to offer us their analysis and insights. Yet, as Councillor Wyatt has said, this is the best that they could do. Simply raid Council's strategic reserves in order to knock off a couple of quid a year from council tax. Although our Section 15 officer has advised that it is not prudent and that there would be consequences to plan to apply reserves to fund council tax reduction, a reserve, as the word implies, is there for a specific purpose or to cover unquantifiable or the unexpected. They would have us take £4.1 million out of the strategic reserves that my party proposes to designate for 2 very specific, critical and established programmes, which for the sake of brevity, I'm going to leave others, as they have already done, to describe the impacts of removing those funds, both on the most vulnerable members of our community, of the county, and also the impact on the degradation of our environment. No resident, including members of this chamber, wants to pay a penny more in council tax, or for that matter, any tax that is necessary to provide the services judged to be essential to the health of the community. Much of the service requirement is embodied in statute, but we've been elected to exercise our judgment, and my party recognises that extreme poverty and environmental degradation is inimical to the sustainability of a fair and civilised society. It is a pity that Reform cannot see the damage that would be wreaked in both the short and long term if its mean-spirited and irresponsible amendment were ever to pass. But they know full well that that amendment has a net stupid 0 chance of passing, and we all know that it has been submitted cynically in order for them to be able to tell their beloved leader, and so that it can then be put on some scaremongering social media or leaflets being sent from the centre rather than the local community, that they have tried but were prevented from cutting council tax. So I urge you to give this amendment the contempt it deserves and reject it emphatically.
Thank you, Councillor Sieff. Councillor Tong, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Black.
Reform are a party that operate on a very simple mantra, that we should care less about immigrants and focus on looking after our own. But when it actually comes to looking after our own, the people around Cambridge that are suffering, what support do they get? Taking away from anti-poverty measures is absolutely disgraceful. It is going to have a tangibly negative impact on people's lives, people that are desperate and people that need support. Reform are saying we should balance the books on the backs of the most vulnerable residents in our county just to take a few quid off the council tax of their rich mates. Reform aren't a party that are putting working people first, and they are betraying so many of their residents by putting forward an amendment like this. So I am, as you can probably not be surprised, I'm not supporting this measure, which I think is absolutely disgraceful.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond to a couple of the things people have said before I make my points. Councillor Dame Homan, I'm so sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it, makes a strong case about vulnerable people of all different types, mentions people, single adults, parents struggling to feed kids, veterans, people with high interest loans, people with cost of living crisis worries, people with children they're struggling to feed. Many of those people pay council tax. And when you increase their council tax, you increase the strain on them. Your position is that you can better spend their money than they can, and you are wrong. So I'm sorry, that's a really weak argument. Councillor Robin Wyatt made the point that I think a poor argument, again, by breaking the savings down into a weekly amount. We can do that anytime, can't we? We can do that with any amount we spend. And it's just cheating, really, because the truth is these are cumulative amounts. If you're raised by the max this year, then your maximum that you raise next year is a bigger percentage. And so this grows and grows and grows. If nobody challenges it, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Councillor Sieff seemed to be saying that they weren't making a bold enough statement. You can't simultaneously argue that we haven't got any money and we can't do it and it'll be a terrible thing, and then say, but you should have gone harder. It's just weak. It's just political nonsense. Now, that said, I don't entirely agree with what Reform have done here. I'm going to support this motion and I'll explain why. But I'm disappointed by how weak they've been on this. They came into power saying that they were going to be the big change, the big rebels. They were going to do all these bold things. Here they are in opposition. They could have proposed a freeze. They could have found a way to do it and proposed a freeze. I know that's hard to get past officers. I know you've got to make some case and do some maths work. I know it's difficult, but that's what I would have liked to have seen, and I suspect what our voters would like to have seen. Instead, they've come in with 3.99 instead of 4.99. Listen, that's not new. We've been doing that for years. Opposition parties, and I've been one of those parties in the past, have come in 1% cheaper. Nobody cares. What people want to see is that you stop taking more and more money out of their pockets. And that's the argument I think you should have made. Nevertheless, if I was ideologically pure, I would vote against every amendment, including the Conservative one, because it doesn't solve the problem, in my opinion. But what I am doing is each time voting for the one that I think is better than the original. I voted for the Conservatives because it was better than the original, and I will be voting for the Reform one because it's better than the original. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got Councillor Black, Councillor Machini and Councillor Bulat.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, and this is an amendment which is about one of the big three messages that Reform pushed through our letterboxes. Graham claims that there are just lots of painless cuts to be made, as if right-wing politicians haven't been already doing this for at least 15 years, and indeed from 1979 as well. Our current crop of right-wing politicians on the county council are proposing a cruel cut to the free school meal holiday vouchers that go to the very poorest families, people on less than £8,000 a year. But of course, what Reform are proposing is a great deal worse than that. Reform, years and years of cuts, all very painful, often euphemistically described as savings. And our local government workforce as well is underpaid and undervalued. And these are mendacious leaflets that they sent us. Here we have an amendment to reduce just 1% from a council tax raise. No cut to council tax, no really big reduction, but even then it causes huge problems for the future financial stability of the council. And they look for the problems in the wrong place. You know, they blame our workforce and the stuff the council does ourselves. The only place you could really be looking for savings, if that's what you really want, is to start looking at some of the private contractors and some of the people in adults and health, where we put things out to care homes and domiciliary care businesses, and they stash the money away overseas in the Cayman Islands, or look at the really big contracts we've got in highways or in waste management, where we pay contractors for doing nothing. So it's the wrong place. And after all the bluster from Reform, this amendment would increase council tax by 4%. Some other Reform governed councils have collided with reality even more catastrophically. If you look at Derbyshire, Lincolnshire, Northamptonshire and West Northamptonshire, they are proposing 4.99% rises in council tax, the maximum they're allowed to do, exactly the same as the administration is here. And let's talk a lot about Worcester Council to the future. Worcestershire Council are, as I understand it, may well go bankrupt. And that's what you get when Reform take over a council. They are now pleading with the government to let them increase council tax by 10%. I just want to also, just to perhaps lower on a technical issue, the absolute cheek of this amendment, it starts off saying we seek to strengthen the General Reserve, and they're masquerading as if they are going to be better stewards of the council finances. But they're not actually increasing the council's reserves. The cut in council tax they propose actually uses a one-off raid on the reserves to reduce council tax. The only reason they're saying the general reserve is increasing is because they have changed the headings on top of reserves, so that stuff that is earmarked for things which will probably all still be paid out of the general reserve, if that's where those reserves go, are no longer under different headings there in the general reserve. But when you look at all of the reserves put together, the reserves are actually lower as a result of this amendment. I reckon about £5 million lower. And finally, the precept they're cutting, I noticed this, the adults and health precept, not the general precept, the adults and health precept. It is typical of reform to attack the elderly and the disabled. I have spoken many times at this meeting, I haven't got time to speak anymore, of the shocking state of social services in this country, how care homes and domiciliary care companies treat our elderly people. That is not where a council should be looking to make cuts, but I think it shows the mindset and the dangers that anything led by reform would lead to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Have Councillor Machini, Councillor Bulat, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to try and be good with the mic. I'm also going to try, well, I don't know, I think I'm going to give you a very rare insight into my actual mind right now, and perhaps drop only very slightly the political act, because I thought, you know, it's very, very easy to mock this. And I thought everybody else in the chamber would do that. So we'll take a different tack, shall we? I will admit that I did, you know, when you've been in the game as long as I have, you sort of know what's going to be in the amendments before they're published. My guesses were more or less accurate. I knew that the Conservatives would be all about extra money for maintenance. I wasn't quite prepared for the PTSD that the Green Amendment was going to give me, but we'll get to that in a moment. But I did go to bed last night thinking, what on earth am I going to say about this one? I genuinely wasn't sure. You got a catalogue of reactions, I suppose, when you look at an amendment. And I thought, you know, what do? Do I do the whole, like, rage act? Am I enraged by what I'm seeing in front of me? The truth is, not really. There are a whole bunch of things in front of us today that actually do enrage me massively. My blood is utterly boiling. Most of them are in the main motion. And I think people who stand up and pontificate about anti-poverty and how important anti-poverty is, think about what you're doing and where your money is going. And if it's not the same place as your mouths, maybe look inside yourself for a bit. What else can you do with this amendment? Yes, of course, you can mock it. I mean, it's very difficult to do what Reform want to do. And in fact, they tried, but they can't do it. And, you know, it does seem to me to be a bit perhaps unfair to expect that you would have an amendment that actually makes any sense. And perhaps I'm being very, very unfair about that, which actually does leave me with the only other thing that I can do. And so I'll try and be nice. As I've hinted before, we have had budgets passed by this council in the past that have not raised the full complement of council tax available to us. In 2020, 2021, the business plan proposed an increase of council tax, which was 3.59%. In 21-22, it was 3.99%. These things have been done. And, you know, we're all friends in this chamber. We're all nice to each other. You know, I've had coffee with both of these people. I would recommend someone interested in doing council tax cut would buy Councillor Bowden and Councillor Goldsack a coffee. Maybe they can pick up tips. I don't know. That's what I would have done. And, you know, if you're going to be prudent and you want to increase the level of reserves, we don't need to increase our level of general reserve. But if you think that you want to do that, then you also need to make sure that you don't undo this in the next line by being unprudent and taking all your reserves and putting them into an ongoing saving. Because that's a big no-no. That's just basic maths. You want an ongoing saving, you need to find an ongoing saving. So, I mean, it's very, very clear from the situation nationally. You know, you look at all these places that my colleagues have mentioned, Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Kent. Reform colleagues don't really know what they're doing. So I would suggest we draw a veil of pity over this and we move on to the actual meat, because we're going to have some meat really to worry about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machini. I've got Councillor Bulat, Councillor Bowden and Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I would actually like to congratulate the Reform Group for this amendment, because they managed to do something that reform-controlled councils haven't managed to do in many cases, which actually is a lower increase than some of the 5% increases we have seen in other parts of the country. So well done on that. I would like to raise like a wider point, because often when we speak about council tax, what doesn't come up so much in the debate is that council tax as a whole system is a very regressive tax because it's not based on household income, it's based on property values, which are set way before I was even born, and they don't take into consideration the actual need for targeted support for families who find themselves in poverty, unless, of course, local measures are implemented in the sense. So we often forget as well, because everything's on that kind of council tax band, the comparison that many properties where some of our residents most in need are actually on lower bands. So for example, many of the ex-council houses are on bands A or B, and the savings are even lower, of course, on that. So I'll give an example. I'm in a band B property, for instance. The saving per year will be 13 £13 per year, that I'll probably have to save 19 years if I was someone who has money to apply as a Reform parliamentary candidate, as the application costs £250 now. So maybe if you want to actually have meritocracy and more accessibility in politics, which perhaps be more inclusive to people from those backgrounds, not charging them for your limited company. But aside from that, I wanted to just say that someone who is in that situation on band B, for example, who will be £13 better off, might actually be able to pay that. And if myself and my neighbor are able to pay that, that £26 combined could actually help in a more targeted way someone who needs a bigger amount of money. And that's why I really support, for instance, some of the more targeted measures on council tax, such as in my area in Huntingdonshire, the district council actually has a scheme for low-income households. So some of the lowest income households don't pay any council tax at all. And it's a much more progressive way to actually ensure that those in need get the support they need. And people like me, and there are many people like me who perhaps will be annoyed to pay a bit more, but we can, especially if this means better services, actually are not part of this blanket policy, and we can ensure that the money goes where my neighbors actually need it. So if anything, this amendment does prove the opposite that it claims in a way, because we do need to be investing more in anti-poverty work, not taking the reserves away and the money allocated for this work. And we do need to have a much more progressive way to think about where does the money actually target and who actually benefits from those discounts, relief schemes, and how can we make those schemes more equitable across the county and not only rely on whether you're lucky enough to live in a district where those schemes are in place. So I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Bowden, Councillor Martin, Councillor Hathorn.
Thank you, Chair. Before I forget, I do want to thank Councillor Machini for pointing out that I'm able to give tips about how a council can be managed in such a way that council tax can be reduced and we can manage to have good services as well. And the same goes for East Cambridgeshire. So there are councillors in this county who can give those tips. So thank you for mentioning that, Councillor Machini. It's not helpful generally to personalise things too much, but I'm going to do that to some extent in this motion. Because Councillor Ioannidis has only been a councillor for just over 9 months. And I sit on a couple of committees with him, and I've had the privilege, I'll call it the privilege, of seeing how he has reacted to what he has found since he became a councillor. And I have seen how he has understood the weaknesses of the county council, particularly in regard to financial decision-making. What is very unfortunate, and there's no excuse, is that that isn't just about Cambridgeshire. It's right across the local government sector. In fact, it's right across government, to be quite honest. Seeing Councillor Ioannidis having his eyes lifted on what actually happens has been quite an interesting experience. And we do need to have better management of demand-led services. We do need to drive efficiencies and effectiveness. We do need to avoid vanity projects, and we do need to stop feel-good spending. Because for many people, it's always very easy to spend other people's money. And that's, I'm sorry to say, has been the attitude of many. I'm not just talking in this chamber, and I'm not excluding people from my own party, but that has often been the way. And the fact is, in this country, one of our big problems is that too many people think that in too many areas of life, the state is a solution, when in fact, very often the state is the problem. So I very much welcome the direction of travel that we see in this amendment. And going back to what had been said previously, it does require a culture change in the way in which the council operates. That culture change is not going to happen during the lifetime of this council. But there is an opportunity potentially, for that culture change to start with at least one of the new unitary authorities. And I very much hope that the opportunity is given to whoever gets elected to those new unitary authorities to impact the way in which those unitary authorities start out by having that culture change and by changing some of the assumptions which are made, one of which is that a small amount of council tax increase doesn't do anyone any harm. As Councillor Tierney said, it's the cumulative effect which is crippling many people. It's crippling many people's budgets, and it really it's a situation both nationally and locally which just cannot continue. So I very much welcome the direction of travel here. But I mentioned in my speech earlier that you can have political amendments and you can have practical amendments. We put forward a practical amendment because we really thought it would be helpful to make that small change in the administration's budget to help the crisis that we've got with potholes and with highways. But I said it was perfectly legitimate to have a political amendment as well. And that's what this is. The Reform UK have put forward a political amendment. And despite agreeing with the concept behind it, I can't agree with it because if it is political, then it should have gone all the way and had a 0% council tax increase rather than having just a decrease in the increase of 1%. So I couldn't turn around to my electors and say, oh yes, I supported a council tax increase of 3.99%. When it is a political amendment, it really should have gone down to 0%. And as Councillor Machini says, some of us do actually practice what we preach as far as that is concerned. And I hope that more will when we get a new unitary authority.
Thank you very much. So I have Councillor Hathorn, Councillor Galbraith, Councillor Hoy, and then Councillor Fisher to come back to second the amendment. And I won't take any more speakers if you don't mind. Thank you.
So we pay council tax because there are some things the individual basically can't fund, or we agree we want the state to fund. Maintaining our roads and pavements is one of those things. I can't fix them myself. I agree that I want local government to pay for these things to keep our roads in a decent state. This council also has an extraordinarily expensive statutory adult and children's social care responsibility, looking after those most in need. We are struggling to fund these core services, which have been historically underfunded, and this is the crux of what we are debating today. Reform UK's proposal are not about evidence and not about residents. They are about tax cuts. But their proposals look at the cost of everything and the value of nothing. We've debated some areas these cuts would take effect upon, and now I will run through the areas in the environment and climate space which would be lost as a consequence of cutting the Just Transition Fund. Nature. Full stop, there'll be less nature in Cambridgeshire if you cut the funding for it. Renewable energy. The council's solar schemes are generating electricity for Cambridgeshire, and the money they make is being reinvested directly back into council services. The next phase of this is working at community level with the money going directly back into communities. That could be youth work, that could be buildings or sports facilities for local people. All of that goes in this proposal. The Climate Change and Energy Projects team would go. They have brought in £18 million of additional grant funding to this council in 3 years, allowing the council to do things like modernise schools, making them warmer, draft-free, more efficient and low carbon. Cutting this team means Cambridgeshire won't submit the bids needed to win government money. Other counties will get that money. That goes. Reform UK would also cut community flood work. This work protects homes from flooding and makes sure there is a local plan and resources to keep people safe whilst they await emergency assistance. For a county that is constantly managing water, with tens of thousands of homes at risk of flooding, Liberal Democrats view maximising flood action as a non-negotiable part of what we do as a council. Liberal Democrats have chosen to fund the areas Reform UK would cut because these areas matter to people. 79% of people told us they were worried about climate change in the Quality of Life survey, a percentage that held up across the county. And you do not get climate action if you don't spend money. Time and again, Reform UK talk about broken Britain. Their solution is always, we can solve the problem if you just let us break things a bit more. Remember Brexit? They broke Britain. It didn't get better. This has repeated the same short-term cuts for long-term pain. This budget is about choices, the difference between Reform UK's vision and the Liberal Democrat vision. We want to invest in Cambridgeshire. People want to see the place they live flourish. People want to live in abundant, generous places. They want a clean, green, future-facing Cambridgeshire where they are protected from flooding. So I recommend you vote down today's Reform UK cost-cutting, place-breaking, fiscally irresponsible budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Have Councillor Galbraith, Councillor Hoy, and then we'll move back to the seconder, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Enard, I know you wanted to come back. Hopefully, Councillor Fisher can cover any of those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Wow, you Liberal Democrats really fear the future, don't you? Emotional statements, but unfortunately showing a basic lack of understanding of the proposed amendment. To just suggest we are cutting services to the vulnerable is completely inaccurate. The so-called anti-poverty reserve is a contingency fund, not an active spending programme. Drawing it down eliminates zero current services. The real anti-poverty measure in this budget is our council tax cut, or in our amendment, I should say, which provides direct financial relief to every household, including those struggling most with the cost of living. We believe the most effective way to help people is to let them keep more of their own money, not to take it in taxes for discretionary spending pots. Let me be absolutely clear. All of our statutory obligations to vulnerable residents, social care for the elderly, children at risk and those with disabilities are fully protected in our amendment. They are the core of our budget and are not affected. The only thing being cut is discretionary spending on non-statutory activities. The choice is simple. Do we impose a maximum tax height on residents to fund ideological pet projects, or do we provide direct tax relief to everyone? We choose to put residents first. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hoy.
Yes, thank you. So I've got issues with a few of the things that have been said today, actually. So the first has been said by quite a few people. This is just X amount. And why that really upsets me is because when I hear this, and I've heard it so often in so many different councils and from so many different people, is because it just feels so incredibly arrogant. Because what whoever says that is saying is that you think that you can spend somebody's money better than they can, and you believe you know best. And I just do not think that people know better than individuals how to spend their money. I mean, we all make various choices throughout our lives, and you know, things that I want to buy, someone else isn't going to want to buy, and vice versa, because everybody is an individual, and a whole part of our freedom is to be able to make those decisions. And so I don't think we're ever going to, in this council, pause to think about that, because people are already so grained to think they are entitled to other people's money. Now, we mentioned the cut on poverty funding, but that also, again, is failing to recognise that taxing people to their limit can put them into poverty as well. And I've heard it again, every council meeting, there's some sort of motion where we talk about financing of people, and people seem to kind of have this view where you're either on benefits or you're wealthy and there's no in between. And that is not reality. That is just simply not reality. The amount of people in my division that are working in factories and are literally just, you know, 30 or 40 pounds above getting any benefits. Those are real people that are paying county council tax all the time. And we always forget those people. I appreciate the statistics that were given at the start. It is very sad and shocking that Fenland is at the bottom of the league tables for so many things. You're right, it's absolutely appalling. But what I would say to challenge that slightly is Cosmic's been running for what, 10 years? So what has throwing money at the problem done? These statistics haven't changed. Things haven't gotten better. So the answer isn't just to keep throwing money at things and thinking that will fix the problem, because it is not fixing the problem. We keep inflating the size of the state, nothing changes, it often gets worse. And I think part of the reason it will never change is because politics has always been, and I think is increasingly getting more and more toxic. Now, we've heard from the Lib Dems about what a great job they're doing. They've spoken about their MPs. I'm sure that's going to kind of feature somewhere in some kind of news article or something. And to be fair, Reform have been a bit naughty as well by saying, you know, we're the only ones proposing a cut. It's not a cut, guys. You know, you're just taxing people slightly less than the Lib Dems are. So everyone does it. I get that. And I get that's politics, but I don't think that helps. The alarmism we've had as well, you know, how if we do this, the climate change funding is not going to happen. Oh, well, big shock. You know, we literally spent, I think it was like over £1.5 million of taxpayers' money on some air source heat pumps for 4 households. I'm not really sure that's a great use of taxpayers' money. And then the comment about no nature. I mean, seriously, was there no nature before taxation? I mean, come on, like nature is nature. We don't need to tax people to get nature. So I don't pretend I have all the answers. I really wish we actually could just pause though and just think about the decisions that we make. I personally don't like Reform as a party. Not anything against anyone personally, but I have always thought it's the cult of Nigel Farage. But I don't think we should be railing against them just because they've tried to think about doing something differently. We shouldn't make fun of people for actually having a go and giving it a try. I think it's really great when people make suggestions. It should give us time to think, but the council never ever do like that, because I think people are so certain that they are right and that they know best. They never ever want to give anyone else a second thought. So I genuinely don't know how I'm going to vote on this motion yet, and I really do mean that, but I'm just sad that anytime anyone does ever raise their head above the parapet and question, are we doing the right thing by taxing people until the pipsqueak, they just get mocked and ridiculed, and I don't think that's necessarily healthy debate.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fisher, Michael Fisher, I'll get it right this time. I think you reserved your right to speak.
No, he's in second.
No, I didn't have my mind list. Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Fish, please go ahead. Sorry, we missed you. It's my fault. Missed you off the list. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I find it extraordinary when these Liberal Democrats scoff at the fact that this is only a £17 saving. £17 saving to certain individuals is an extreme amount of money. It's the difference between eating for 1 week or not. And to suggest that we know better is not where I believe we should be coming from. But what I wanted to draw attention to comments with relation to the 2-year budget gap. To call our budget gap irresponsible is the height of hypocrisy, and it ignores the administration's own track record. Let's be clear, last year this same administration approved a budget with a £23 million funding gap. That's £4 million larger than the gap in our amendment. If a £23 million gap was manageable for them then, why is an £18 million gap suddenly a crisis now? The difference is one of philosophy. The administration uses the threat of future budget gaps to justify raising your taxes to the maximum today. We believe in responsible reserve management to provide immediate tax relief now, while still preparing prudently for the future. The reality is that any future budget gap is based on provisional figures and subject to huge uncertainty from the Labour government and the unknown costs of local government reorganisation. The administration's answer is to let our statutory reserves, our council's emergency fund, collapse by 46%, leaving us dangerously exposed. Our amendment does the opposite. We strengthen those reserves to build resilience against future shocks. The choice is simple. Do you pay maximum taxes now to marginally reduce a future gap that is an entirely uncertain, or do you get tax relief today whilst we build stronger reserves to handle whatever comes? We believe the latter is the only responsible choice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Stefan Fisher, who wants to sum up, and then I think Councillor Nessinger will get the right to reply.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this short. The Reform UK Budget Amendment is grounded in 3 core principles: fiscal responsibility, taxpayer protection, and democratic accountability. In a period of unprecedented economic uncertainty, under an economically illiterate Labour government, Cambridgeshire County Council must take this year of the budgetary cycle to build its foundations against future shocks. This amendment provides a pragmatic approach designed to relieve pressures in years 2 and 3, which are reliant on unknown government funding. By strengthening reserves and contingencies now, we protect the Council against the unknown costs of local government reorganisation and the inevitable economic failures of the Labour government. This is not ideological posturing. It's a statutory necessity to protect the Council's financial solvency and avoid a future Section 114 notice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Nessinger, I think you get the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. The claim that this amendment is fiscally responsible is simply untrue. Reform made promises across the country last May that they would find millions of pounds worth of waste in local government. Voters in many areas of the country believed those promises, only to find that where Reform are in control, the council tax is going up in exactly the same way as in other councils, and by significantly more in Worcestershire. Of course, it will be possible to find examples of waste across an organisation with over 4,000 staff, but the idea that there is widespread waste or inefficiency in local government is simply untrue. Local government has delivered more with less consistently over the last 15 years, in marked contrast to the flatlining productivity in either central government or in the private sector since 2016. If productivity across the private sector had matched that in local government over the past 10 years, we would not be living through the Brexit-induced cost of living crisis that we are. The leader of Reform sold Brexit as the cure for all our woes. Now he says immigration is the cause of all our problems. He has made millions for himself by selling lies to our population. This amendment would leave this council with a huge funding gap in future years. The idea that it is prudent is another Reform lie. Please vote it down.
Okay, thank you. So members, we had a good debate, I think, on the Reform UK amendment. Can I ask then the Democratic Services Manager to now conduct a recorded vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 11 votes in favour, 40 against and 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you. Thank you, members. And now I'd like to move on to the Labour amendment, which I believe is being proposed by Councillor Machini. Mr. Councillor Machini, would you like to propose your amendment?
Thank you very much, Chair. We're getting there. And actually, we're not even doing too badly for time, so well done.
Thank you.
You would expect me to say this, but this is clearly by some distance the best business plan in front of us today. And I was really not surprised to see that. This is a budget, it's not an amendment, it's a budget for anti-poverty based on the most effective anti-poverty strategy that this administration ran when we were in power, and how quickly, swift of a pen, how quickly this was gone the minute we were gone. I mean, I was honestly quite astounded, to be honest. This is also, and it should not be forgotten, a budget for insourcing. We need to put much needed resources into the reinstatement of in-house provision of residential care for both adults and children, something that, again, we fought extremely hard to keep in that budget, and how quickly it was gone the minute we were gone. We are running out of time to reinstate our objective for higher insourcing capability and a mixed economy in highways, something we all collectively stood for when we were together, gone now too. We are still in hock to a Tory-signed contract. We remain in hock to it. That contract is not performing. There is a big deadline looming next year. Do the right thing, I beg you, because this is what's ruining our highways. But let's actually go back to the vouchers, which are the core of the budget that we're proposing today, and to the utterly disingenuous latter-day Lib Dem lie that we can't fund them because government is not letting us. Well, incredibly enough, we can. And look at it, it's in front of you. We absolutely can. Even if you accept, and we shouldn't, because due diligence should be done, advice should be sought, questions should be asked, and nobody bothered. Everybody's just happy to go out and say, no, no, government is not letting us. That is completely untrue. But let us pretend, and we pretended for the sake of the mental health of our finance team, we pretended that this was the case. And we acknowledged that we can use other things other than the CRF to find the vouchers. We have got the largest amount ever of on-ring-fence grants given to us by government, £80 million, that you have the choice on how to spend. We have got unspent and unused reserves. It is now time actually to mention the change in digital reserve. We set that up. We were happy to set that up in 2024 when we supported a program of change. It was called Our Future Council. It was change and transformation. Anything you haven't committed in the 2025 business plan, you're not going to be able to, even if you spend it, which you aren't because it's still sitting there, you won't be able to get any meaningful transformation before LGR. So why not put it literally in the mouth of our most poorest? That is a choice that you're making. And even if none of this was acceptable, no reserves, no unused reserves, no ring-fence grants, no CRF, you still have council tax. Yes, we do believe that you can charge people who can afford to pay tax to make sure that those who can't afford to pay tax actually do feed their children during the holiday. It's not a difficult priority to have if indeed you have that priority. And if you don't have the priority, don't pretend it's somebody else's fault. I am incredibly disappointed, actually, that this administration has actually physically needed us to show them how to do it. But there you go anyway, it's in there in black and white. You can save this scheme, or you can blame other people for it going. Please vote for this amendment.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Goodliffe, Councillor Alison Whelan, Councillor Wilson. I didn't check with Councillor Howitt. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
Happy to reserve my right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for reminding me. Councillor Goodliffe.
Thank you, Chair. A year ago, I stood here proud of the budget I was summarising with regard to our children and young people. A budget that prioritised them and fought to mitigate against the issues that most look to impede the life chances of the children in Cambridgeshire. I'm delighted that at least the Labour amendment here today does the same, providing help to the most impoverished families in Cambridgeshire, those who continue to feel the effects of the cost of living crisis and the impacts of austerity, those who told this council how much the holiday food vouchers mean to them, the difference between eating and not eating, being able to feed their children and not feeding their children, being able to buy fruit and vegetables, and the difference that this funding makes to being able to look forward to the holiday time with their children rather than to dread and worry about how they will manage to provide meals rather than planning fun activities and experiences. Labour Group has fully costed this, made plans for continuing to support families and to fight against poverty, which results in poor physical health, poor brain development, poor physical development, poor mental and emotional well-being, lower lifelong earning, higher unemployment, lower aspiration and higher risk of exploitation. The Labour Group cares about the children in Cambridgeshire. The funding stream is laid out. However, I've spoken to lead children's members in 2 other East of England councils who are looking to fund similar schemes using Crisis and Resilience Fund, either in entirety or partially. And as we feel, unlike the administration who've not discussed this with national government, but instead provided a brief stopgap amendment leading to nothing further, there are provisions in the CRF to assist our most vulnerable families in this way. Having read through both the guidance and management information and reporting requirement documents, vouchers are permitted. Criteria such as low income are permitted. Being able to reach a large percentage of eligible residents is encouraged. Opt-in schemes are recommended and preferred, and the current system used for giving holiday vouchers has been widely praised for efficiency, low costs and responsiveness by users, and it could be adapted to continue through the government's allocation of over £5 million in Crisis and Resilience Fund to this county. Through this amendment, Labour seeks to continue to provide holiday food voucher scheme to the poorest families in Cambridgeshire. A year ago, I stood here and announced the plan to bring residential homes to fruition in Cambridgeshire, providing homes to our most vulnerable children for those for whom we hold legal and moral responsibility as corporate parents. I saw this as a beginning to bring in council-owned homes for our most vulnerable children. a starting point of wholly owned and eventually in-house staffed Cambridgeshire homes for the most vulnerable children in care. Today, 2 of these are withdrawn. The funding stream ceased and no plan from anyone else in this room to continue that programme. No plan to bring Cambridgeshire Council-owned residential homes into county when we've known for years about the profiteering in the market, the national and regional shortage of suitable registered homes, cherry-picking attitude of money-making businesses who look to the financial bottom lines rather than children's needs. This means that children who've already been through trauma will continue to be housed in unregistered, illegal homes. And I use the word homes with derision and irony. These are not homes. These are short-term stopgaps being used for weeks, months, or even years at a time. These are temporary rentals, Airbnbs at best, and hotel rooms often, at huge cost with high numbers of agency staff. Not family, not a home, not a calm and welcoming space where a child can rest, relax, heal, grow, learn, play, and have good experiences to take on into adulthood and their future lives. How we can expect children and young people to thrive, to adjust to life and to learn life skills in these conditions is beyond me. Cost per child can be up to £20,000. That's £20,000 per week for a room in a hotel surrounded by a high number of agency staff. The real cost is in terms of the effect this has on a child who's already been through trauma, compounding it and adding to it. Labour has costed this programme because we uphold our duty to our corporate children rather than being happy, as the administration appear to be, to shirk their duty to provide a home, continuing to provide illegal, unregistered, inadequate, downright deplorable accommodations to some of the children for which we hold parental responsibility. If you recognise your duty here today as a corporate parent, you must vote for this amendment and support Cambridgeshire Children in Care as the Labour Group would. The Labour Group cares for our children in care, and if you do so, vote for this amendment today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have 4 speakers, which is Councillor Alison Whelan, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bulat, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just pick up on a couple of points in this amendment. £9,000 for newspapers in libraries, when the saving by removing these was actually £21,000 a year. Not quite sure how 9,000 replaces 21. Clearly not a reversal as claimed. The newspapers and magazines are available through the online press reader, enabling a wider selection of publications to a greater group of people. I don't doubt that our Labour colleagues' hearts are in the right place, and I agree with them that no child should go hungry. But good intentions are not enough. We have a duty to craft policy that works in practice and follows the rules of the funding we use. The Crisis and Resilience Fund is a fund specifically designed to help residents facing crises of unexpected financial shocks. The Labour government have set out how this should be used. That guidance is unequivocal. Councils should target Crisis and Resilience Fund support to those in crisis and need, rather than pouring it out as blanket entitlements. To quote the guidance, authorities should prioritise funding efficiently to ensure the poorest children do not go hungry in the school holidays. However, this may not be through the blanket provision of vouchers to those on free school meals. The Labour amendment asks us to ignore this. Our Section 151 officer has raised a red flag in his technical assessment that using this will not be permitted. If we can't lawfully use the Crisis and Resilience Fund for this purpose, then the Labour plan is a non-starter. It creates a budget gap in future years, could force the council into unplanned tax increases or emergency cuts, all because it banks on using money in a way the rules forbid. The Labour group are aware of this guidance. They acknowledge it in their own text, but they seem to think the council can't find a way to reinterpret it. That's a hope, not a plan. Burning through one-off reserves when reserves are already under pressure for a recurring £5 million expense, growing, is the opposite of prudent financial management. The government has increased funding for the Holidays and Activities Fund, and, as pointed out by a great many Labour supporters, this was to replace the holiday meal vouchers. We should be focusing our local Crisis and Resilience Fund resources on filling the gaps that then truly remain after those, reaching those in acute crisis rather than duplicating or overlapping with an expanded national programme. While the Labour amendment is coming from the right place morally, it's fundamentally flawed. It contradicts the Crisis and Resilience Fund rules. It risks our financial stability, and it doesn't take into account the changing landscape. You know, no one here is saying we do not do anything. In fact, that is precisely what we're trying to do. Members, please vote against this Labour amendment. We can and we will support our vulnerable families, but let's follow the evidence and the guidance and not gamble the Council's budget on a gesture.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bulat and Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As Chair of the Adults and Health Committee, I plan to comment on the 3 points that Labour have raised in their budget amendment relating to adults' health and commissioning. Firstly, on specialist accommodation and in-house provision that was mentioned, a paper is already scheduled for the March Adults and Health Committee outlining the work already underway to develop capital plans for specialist accommodation across all ages, including supported living and extra care opportunities. At this stage, business cases are not sufficiently developed to bring forward for capital investment, and as such, the revenue contributions required to support the capital costs are not yet known or quantified. Officers are already delivering a focused improvement programme to increase the take-up of direct payments. Previous investment in self-directed support several years ago did not achieve the expected improvements, and at present officers have not identified what additional investment would be used or how it would increase take-up. And thirdly, on disability-related expenditure or DRE allowances, the Council already holds discretion over setting DRE allowances. Analysis shows that increasing these amounts would not benefit people using care services. Those with genuinely higher disability-related costs already manage within existing allowances, or if they don't, they can appeal with the evidence and have their DRE increased above the standard levels. So, Chair, in summary, all of these suggested amendments on adults and health are unwise or unnecessary at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have Councillor Bulat, Councillor Clark, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, our Labour amendment focuses on supporting those most in need and investing in insourcing so we get better services and better value for our residents' money. My colleagues already set out this clearly, so I won't repeat, apart from touching briefly on vouchers and then highlighting two of the smaller points in the amendment. Let's be clear, no advice whatsoever has been sought by this council from central government on actually the various interpretations of the guidance. And there are councils that already are planning to use the Crisis and Resilience Fund in different ways. So the report claims that the new fund can be used this way. The guidance indeed says it can be used on blanket schemes. But even if you accept, even if you say a means-tested scheme, already means-tested scheme is quote-unquote blanket, actually designing an opt-in scheme targeting those most in need, which would be the vast majority, if not all of those already means tested under scheme, is not blanket by definition. So clearly there are political choices here. So let's be honest that the point 3.3 on the report isn't actually verified fact, it's political choice dressed up as caution. So let's stop a bit the kind of lazy arguments about the guidance and the comments around this. And if we actually recognize the government is doing more on Holidays Activity Fund, maybe we shouldn't just do petitions blaming Rachel Reeves and actually saying nothing positive about the further investment of government in our children. I would like to turn now to focus on two smaller parts of the amendment, which are small in cost and big in impact. The first is newspapers in libraries, and if you actually read the detail of the amendment, it does say provision in larger libraries, because we do recognize there might be changes to be made for the scheme. I do believe some of the budget should go back in, because some residents do clearly use it and value the service, but there might be some further thought in terms of where to provide them, perhaps in libraries that do regular coffee mornings and so on, and other activities, which locations are higher, have the highest use, and which locations can't perhaps have friends groups, such as in Ely Library, who could support this type of activity. So that was the justification behind the number provided helpfully by the finance team. Like many in this room, I use libraries and I don't use them to read newspapers. And it's very easy to say, well, not many people use them, so let's get rid of them and save the money. I actually did think this as well until I actually spoke to residents and saw the actual cost and what impact it has. I was actually at a surgery in St. Ives Library where a resident of mine, Georgina, explained something that really stuck to me. Because she said the newspapers aren't just about keeping up with the latest political scandal, although it's really busy in the last few days, but they are about actually connection and making friends locally. And that's how people meetings, how the conversations are being shaped, and how people made long-term connections as well. I received quite a few emails from residents on this topic, in St. Ives and beyond, including people from Cambridge City who got in touch. And one of them put it better than I could ever could, addressing this point around online resource as well. He said the newspapers are an essential window into the day-to-day events of our nation, not splintered by social media, and their availability should actually be at the heart of any library's mission to entertain and inform. And he reminded me that many people actually can't afford newspapers, and many online ones are actually behind paywalls. So it's actually quite a small investment for a big impact in terms of connection and local residents. So the second issue I want to turn to in my last minute is around continuing the migration and partnerships role. I have to say I was genuinely surprised that the administration didn't choose to use the Ukraine reserve beyond this year, because we disfunded this post so far under the previous administration, and it's entirely an appropriate use of this reserve. It was very surprising to see we should just maybe let this work quietly, and just as we approach the new unitaries, instead of actually giving future councils a proven model to build on and continue that work. This role really matters. I worked within this space very closely, from engaging with migrant communities to supporting our Ukrainian and Hong Konger communities and many other groups across the county, to responding to government consultations that directly affect people's lives, and so on. This work is really practical and fits into our Closer to Communities work as well, and many local projects. I'm really proud that this council committed under the previous administration, actually as a result of my motion, a Labour motion, to becoming a county of sanctuary. I'm proud of the work delivered in this space, and I really couldn't let this pass without comment and without reinstating this as a migrant champion of this council. The money is there, the need is still there, and the benefits such as social cohesion are huge. So the budget is not a spreadsheet, it's a statement of priorities, and I hope at least those two small cost, high impact priorities will be considered by the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, just in time. I've got 4 speakers and not proposing to take any more speakers. Councillor Clark, Councillor Ioannidis, Councillor Black, Councillor Tong.
Thank you, Chair. So Keir Starmer's Labour government has axed the Household Support Fund from the end of next month. This decision pulls the rug out from under Cambridgeshire families, and it's bad enough as it is. But what makes it worse is that the Labour government have banned councils from using the successor fund, the Crisis and Resilience Fund, to pay for holiday meal vouchers for children on free school meals. You don't need to take it from me. As Councillor Whelan highlighted, the Labour government's own guidance spells it out explicitly, and I quote, "This may not be through the blanket provision of vouchers to those on free school meals." It couldn't be clearer. But if that hasn't convinced you, then maybe the words of this council's own Section 151 officer will. It is suggested that the use of the Crisis Resilience Fund to provide for the full continuation of existing holiday free school meal voucher scheme at an estimated cost of £4.9 million per annum, this will not be permitted through the government's guidelines. I really hope that Councillor Machini was not implying that this council has not asked the questions needed or understood the government's guidance, especially when the council has consulted the government, who said that the Crisis and Resilience Fund cannot be used after the Easter holidays for holiday meal vouchers. The decision by Labour to cut this funding and then ban councils from using the new funding to pay for holiday meal vouchers is callous, and yet another example of a government that is letting Cambridgeshire down. Now, Labour councillors in this chamber may try to blame the Liberal Democrats for the actions of their own government, but this could not be further from the truth. While Labour bans councils from feeding children in the holidays, this Lib Dem council is investing extra money to keep our children fed. And to my Labour colleagues, you may be upset at what your own government is doing. I know I would be if I were a Labour member. But the sheer hypocrisy of trying to blame us for your own government's failures is beyond the pale. I cannot support an amendment that is so explicitly banned. The government guidance and the Section 151 officers' guidance could not be clearer. The Crisis and Resilience Fund cannot be spent this way. Labour's amendment isn't just wrong, it's literally prohibited by their own government's rules. I will, however, be proud to support the Liberal Democrats budget that is increasing funding to pay for holiday meal vouchers. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves may be happy to let Cambridgeshire's children go hungry, but we are not.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Ian Edis, Councillor Black, Councillor Tong.
Thank you, Chair. I actually wasn't going to speak to this motion, but I heard the government mentioned in the same sentence as programme of change. Sorry, but I just couldn't help myself from that. So I'm not sure what kind of change they're referring to. Is that cancelling elections, mandatory digital ID, more controversial facial recognition cameras to monitor our residents, LGR, which further estranges residents' access to local services, inheritance tax on farmers, removal of benefits from the elderly. I could go on, but I'll save my breath. Although some of my comments are not locally related, they do say it rolls downhill. So looking at this amendment, I think, is like looking at their government, tired, painful. It's a complete mess. Although the labels placed on some of these things in the amendment appear good, the underlying philosophy of Labour's strategy has failed wherever socialism raises its head, in fact. Therefore, I will sum up their top to bottom outlook in a few words: a socialist totalitarian tiptoe. I just can't support this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Black, Councillor Tong.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad to hear socialism mentioned in this meeting, because socialism is the hope of the world. We have many, many parties. We have many, many parties of the ruling class. Lots of people will come here. For the top 10% of people in this country, it is only socialists who speak out for the 90%, for the people who don't own everything, who don't have huge wealth. We are the people who are standing up for the people, for the majority. And thanks for because that gives me the chance to say that. Nothing to do with totalitarianism. Socialism is freedom. I'd like to talk.
I'm really
about the
hoping you're
Crisis
coming
Resilience
back to
Fund.
the amendment, Councillor Black.
Can I talk about the Crisis Resilience Fund now, please, Mr. Chairman? I welcome what Councillor Alison Whelan said about Labour councillors' hearts being in the right place, because she's absolutely right on that. And it makes a nice change from Liberal Democrats from Cambridge City, who seem to take a much more aggressive and unpleasant approach. I was sorry to hear her hardening her hearts against the children in our county who deserve this amendment to go through and to therefore continue to be in receipt of the school vouchers. I will quote from exactly the same document that Alison quoted. It's including when considering how best to support families in crisis to ensure the poorest children do not go hungry in the school holidays. The government wants us to ensure that the poorest children do not go hungry in the school holidays. It then goes on to say, this may not be through the blanket provision of vouchers to those on free school meals, as we recognise that some free school meal eligible families may not routinely need crisis support during every school holidays. That clearly implies that some children do need crisis support during school holidays, that there are people who will need free school meals. And it means that we have every opportunity to bring in a non-blanket provision of vouchers precisely as is suggested in this motion. So what we have here is a political decision. If you vote for this motion, you put the road open to continuing to support some of children in some of the poorest families in our county. If the government says no to you in the end of that, I guess we've got egg on our faces, and I'm not going to support a Labour government that does that, because I vote for and represent a Labour government that does the best for the poorest people in the country. But vote for the motion, and then we can find out who is right on this. If you vote this down along with the Liberal Democrats, you will be condemning the poorest children in this county, that they will not be getting the vouchers. I just want to go on as well to talk a little bit, so I wasn't actually intending to speak on this motion, but talking about the children in residential care who are sent out of county. And well, you've heard what Councillor Goodliff said, and I thought that was very, very compelling reason to vote for this motion. I'm afraid all the creativity in the joint administration has probably left, and where we had solutions for our people, we are finding that those solutions are being abandoned. But the chief executive of this council not long ago was in the media quite rightly saying that we have a crisis in the provision of residential accommodation for our young people, and that the council is being ripped off because of the state of the market and overcharged for unsatisfactory accommodation out of county, and that something needed to be done. We did have something that was going to be done. It has been dropped because of the change in the composition of the administration. Please vote for this motion to put it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tong, you're not going to mention socialism, are you, Councillor Tong? Thank you very much. I think, therefore, Councillor Howard, you have the opportunity to speak now.
Thank you very much. Firstly, as Councillor Clark alleges, the government has cut all this money. It just doesn't stand up. We've heard from Councillor Mastini at the start of this debate how this council has had the best local government settlement in generations. And in relation to the Household Support Fund, it was £421 million. It's now being put into a new Crisis and Resilience Fund, which is £1 billion. So we've more than doubled, our party in government has more than doubled the money available. Yes, we can have a discussion in this chamber about priorities, but let's not say that money has been reduced, which is not. Next on, I acknowledge the important issue of whether the guidance allows what we're proposing or not. I do believe that there have been selective quotes today. We've heard from Councillor Goodliff and Councillor Boulat that a targeted scheme based on a means test could still be applied Cambridgeshire-wide. And in my own reading of paragraph 48 of the guidance suggests to me that that is the case. If it's illegal, why, in my understanding, is Lib Dem-led Devon County Council continuing with its voucher scheme? If it's illegal after the end of the Easter school holidays, as has been said in the debate, why is this administration going to extend it to September? It doesn't add up. Our officers wouldn't allow that to happen if it was against the guidance or illegal. And so I respectfully say to the Lib Dem controlling group on the council, firstly, vote for our resolution. It's fully funded, it's constructive, it's not in any way running against the grain of the budget that you're putting forward. But if you choose not to support the Labour resolution, commit yourself to seeking external advice from other authorities and, if necessary, from legal sources, and then leave open, and I say this to Councillor Nessinger in your summing up, leave open the possibility that you'll come back with a supplementary budget during the course of the year, and that we can consider extending the free school vouchers scheme beyond September. What happened in the last administration was not that the Conservative government were offering us money and that we decided how best to spend it. We took a decision in year one that we would provide free school meal vouchers to Cambridgeshire families in poverty during school holidays. And then we used the maximum support we could find from the government towards it, but we said we would bridge the difference. And I say to the ruling group chair, you can do the same today. We appeal to you to do so. And when I listened to Councillor Damery Homan and his eloquent speech earlier about the importance of anti-poverty measures, I want to say that I agreed with every word. And, you know, we've heard that our hearts on the Labour side are in the right place. I hope they are. I hope even more today that the hearts on the Lib Dem side will be where they should be, because the most effective anti-poverty measure this council has and could take is continuing the free school voucher scheme. Please support the Labour amendment.
Thank you very much. Members, we've had a good debate. Councillor Nessinger, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you. I do find this amendment deeply disappointing, not because I'm disappointed by the need to support our poorest families. I fully agree with that, but because it seems to so strongly demonstrate that Labour are failing in government. It's a sign of a seriously dysfunctional party if their local councillors are putting down amendments which directly contradict the advice sent out by civil servants from their own government. And this makes me sad, because I actually want Keir Starmer's government to succeed. Our residents need to feel there is a possibility of a government being competent. I want to feel that we can make the NHS function well, that we can support our poorest families and children. But the failure of Labour councillors to know what their own government advice says really doesn't leave any faith in their ability to run much. Coming back to Councillor Howitt's point, we won't be coming back with a supplementary budget, but I am fully expecting that our COSMIC committee will work tireless to make sure that we are supporting our most vulnerable children. But the idea that we should do that through spending the whole of next year's council tax is deeply irresponsible. So please vote against this amendment.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to take a vote on this amendment. Can I ask Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 8 votes in favour, 47 against and 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you. Members, we're moving to the final amendment on the budget plan. We are getting there bit by bit. So, Councillor Tong, I would like to ask you to move your amendment, and I believe Councillor Rees is your seconder. Thank you.
Before I do, may I make a request to take the recommendation separately?
You can make the request, but I'm not minded to take any parts of the amendment separately. Go ahead.
That's completely all right to do. Now, I acknowledge that the council is really struggling. And I think this budget does put some quite good measures forward to address some of the issues that residents across the county are facing. So we really wanted to put forward some constructive improvements. We didn't just want to score political points. And I'd hoped we could take the recommendation separately, purely because we separated some of our more controversial stuff from one of our proposals that we hoped would have more support, because we, to be honest, just wanted to get it across the floor, though it is absolutely fine if we are not taking it separately. Now, we have 3 proposals here. I am going to focus just on the first one and leave the other 2 to my colleague behind me, Councillor Rees, when it comes to it. The big thing we want to focus on here is auto-enrolment for free school meals, something that quite a few councils across the country have tried, and it has led to a massive success. There are probably thousands of children across this county that are eligible for free school meals that are going hungry, because a lot of families can't navigate the benefit system, which is incredibly convoluted. We today could make a firm commitment towards ending child food poverty forever across the county, which would be such a major achievement. But there are more benefits than that. For 500k from the Crisis Resilience Fund per year, we could unlock up to £4 million in funding for schools across Cambridgeshire. Before I was a councillor, I actually worked in schools, including special educational needs schools, supporting students. And the reason I became a councillor was because I saw how children across the county just weren't receiving the quality of education that they deserved. And I found that absolutely heartbreaking. I never actually wanted to be a councillor. I wanted to be an English teacher. And maybe someday I'll still do that. But I realised we needed change. We needed to allow teachers to do their job to the quality that they are happy with. Because every day I would leave working at a school and I would just be disappointed in myself, because I could never do the job as well as I would have liked, because I just didn't have the resources to do so. This proposal would tackle food poverty for families, bring down bills, taking children who can't afford a meal out of that situation, while at the same time unlocking up to £4 million of funding in pupil premium, which would make such a difference. We need to get children the quality of education that they deserve. I will leave my speech there and I'll pass on to Councillor Rees for the other proposals.
Thank you. Councillor Rees, do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, if that's all right. Thank you. Great. Well, can you hear me? Okay.
It might be you can't hold it up.
Maybe you can borrow Councillor Green's. Yeah.
Hello. Great. Thank you very much. Fellow councillors, we've been debating today about the budget. I just want to refocus our attention to the title of the budget. This is about making a healthy, fair, and sustainable Cambridgeshire. That's a really wonderful goal, really exciting. And what I'm really hoping that you can agree that our Green amendment is nothing but that. It's helping us some tweaks to the budget to deliver a healthier, fairer, more sustainable Cambridgeshire. You just heard from Councillor Tong about auto-enrolment for school meals. This is a really good way to get a healthier Cambridgeshire. I also want to present two more items from our tripartite budget. They're about fairness and sustainability. So this is about our green strategy to incentivise active travel across Cambridgeshire. And we know that potholes are public enemy number one, and we need to fix them. It's ridiculous how many potholes there are. So these two feasibility studies are going to lay the groundwork to set up sustainable streams of income to help repair our roads. So for healthy, fair and sustainable parking, we have two feasibility studies. The first is for a workplace parking levy. So rather than an individual congestion charge where everyone is paying, this sends a clear signal to the large businesses, large corporations, that they have to incentivize employees to use public transport and to use active travel. So it ran into some difficulty with the previous attempt, but it's working well in Oxford. You know, why not here? And second, the feasibility study to bring in variable pricing. In just Cambridge City, the number of large pickup trucks has doubled in the last decade. Why not have, is it not a fairer policy that if your vehicle is 1.5 times bigger, then you might pay more for taking up 1.5 times the amount of space? It just makes sense. This is just for fairer and more sustainable parking policy. So please support this motion for a healthier, fairer and sustainable Cambridgeshire. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and we could hear you really well. At the moment, I've got one speaker, which is Councillor Alison Whelan, Councillor Clark, Councillor Mary Homan, and Councillor Edge. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Undoubtedly, supporting the most vulnerable in our community is the most important thing we can do, and bringing in that additional pupil premium suggested is, incredibly beneficial for our schools. Since April 2025, our contract with Citizens Advice has supported 1,480 residents to claim the support they're entitled to. So we're already doing these kind of things, resulting in 2.68 million in incomes, averaging £1,812 per person. We are doing these kind of things. The Community Social Mobility and Inclusion Committee is already planning to take similar actions as is suggested here. The money is already in the budget for this, so I'm not really sure what we're being asked to do. At the next meeting of the committee, we will be bringing forward those plans to identify these children. And we already know this has started in South Cambridgeshire, and the LIFT programme will enable us to focus on exactly the children that we need, and that is budgeted. For those reasons, I cannot support this amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Clark, Councillor Demery Homan, Councillor Edge.
Thank you, Chair. I was unsure where to start with this speech, but I realised that I wasn't struggling to find the words. I was simply astonished at the lack of ambition from the Green Party. Since we were all elected in May, the Green Party have brought a motion to write a letter to Westminster, a motion about a policy that already exists on bus stops that this council does not manage, and now their budget amendments are a parking levy and slightly higher residence parking fees. Is that it? Is that the extent of the Green Party's ambition for Cambridgeshire? A parking levy in Cambridge and slightly higher fees in residence parking zones? Surely they can do better. Whilst there might be some headlines in the newspapers in their motions, the Green Party have hardly used their time on this council to show their ambition for our county. In fact, their student politics approach so often leads to the quiet part being said out loud. The Green Party continue to oppose house building in Cambridgeshire, despite this house building being the very thing that Nationwide has found to have driven the biggest improvement in housing affordability anywhere in England. In Cambridge, the Green Party opposed requiring water companies to monitor sewage dumping in the River Cam. It's not very green, is it? And now a budget proposal with so little ambition, a budget proposal that would lead Cambridgeshire's roads back in managed decline, and a budget proposal that shows the utter lack of ambition that the Green Party have for Cambridgeshire. Our residents deserve better. They deserve a council that is ambitious for our wonderful part of the country, and a council that believes in investing in our county. That council is this Liberal Democrat run council. I cannot support a budget proposal that puts our roads back into managed decline, and I cannot support an amendment with so little ambition. But I will be proud to support the Lib Dem budget that is orders of magnitude more ambitious than what the Green Party have proposed.
Right, thank you, Councillor Clark. I've got Councillor Demery Homan, Councillor Edge, Councillor Tierney. I've also got Councillor Hathorn and Councillor Machini, but I probably missed somebody.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of quick ones from me, really. So with regard to the workplace parking levy, I note that the GCP has done some surveying on this. The data was released in 2024, although I appreciate that surveys were well before that. It was one of the least popular proposals of well over 30 that the GCP analysed. As someone who represents a division that is on the border with Cambridge, I would really struggle to support a workplace parking levy because I think it would have a significant impact on my residents and wouldn't be popular with them. I also, I may be fairly close to the Greens in my concerns about corporate entities and their concern for our society over their profits. I have a horrible fear that a workplace parking levy, the cost would be passed on to workers. I note that within Oxford's details on this, that they acknowledge that this is something that happens. So I really struggle to support that. With regard to the permit parking schemes and variable pricing, I totally support the ethic behind it of trying to get high emission vehicles off the road. The problem for me is it's about equality and impact on those on low incomes. Then if you are holding on to a clapped out old banger that lets you live your life and you can't afford an upgrade, I do not want to punish those people. The reality is those who can afford big EVs are usually the people who can afford to pay these permits. So I really have concerns that despite good intentions, it would actually end up affecting the most vulnerable. And I also just have some questions as to whether we as a council should be looking at this, whether this might be something for the combined authority to look at, or perhaps future unitaries, particularly as it's very Cambridge centric. And finally, I find it quite unpalatable to suggest that we will charge residents of Cambridge and those who use Cambridge more, while the Mayor is looking to make parking in Huntingdon and Peterborough free. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I have Councillor Edge, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Hathorn. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back briefly on the on the holiday vouchers again. I think we've heard a lot of confusing messages from both Labour and Green on this afternoon, and clearly there's a lot of people not reading all of the policies in enough detail. The misunderstanding here seems to fundamentally be between free school meals and holiday vouchers. Free school meals from September are being increased the scope is going to be much wider. The holiday vouchers are under the Crisis Resilience Fund, as Councillor Whelan reported a minute ago, that's being worked on, and it will be. The interesting other one that hasn't been mentioned is the Holiday and Activities Fund. That fund is based on eligibility for free school meals. Interesting, when you look at the detail of that, the government have restricted the eligibility to the current criteria, not the criteria that will give eligibility to free school meals come September. So that probably covers off why they've been looking at other amalgamating the Household Support Fund and other funds into the new Crisis Resilience Fund. I think what Councillor Tong kind of propose in these recommendations is just clearly not showing an understanding for these matters, so I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney, Councillor Hathorn, Councillor Machini and Councillor Malinowski, and then propose to take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If you were looking at this debate in advance, I personally am not a fan of the Lib Dem budget at all. And I just wouldn't have thought it was possible to bring forward an amendment that made it worse. And until now, nobody has. But then along came the Green Party and said, hold my beer. Because, you know, their proposals are that if you dare to own a car and drive it to work, they want to penalise you for that. God forbid you get your first car and you want to go to your first job and you drive your car along and you get a tax bill for it. And then if you dare to buy a bigger vehicle, no way, you can't do that. We're going to tax you for that as well. I can't believe that they stand up in a council and make this sort of amendment. I can't disagree with it more strongly than I do. Thank you.
Thank you, admirably brief. Councillor Hathorn, Machini and Malinowski.
Okay, so the Green Party are proposing allocating more money to feed the most hungry children during school holidays. That's absolutely commendable. That's excellent. Auto enrolment, as we have heard, is more complicated than it would seem. And so the rest of these proposals are about parking. So ignoring any other reservations I have, I think it's wildly unlikely that tweaking the amount individual householders pay on the park at permit schemes, which are almost entirely in Cambridge City, is going to fund highways maintenance across the county of Cambridgeshire. The workplace parking levy proposal, again, I do not envisage that bringing the revenue you need to fix our roads. I mean, I also think it'd be wildly unpopular. The only way that a working place parking levy is going to work, and this is the type of work Oxfordshire have done, is to integrate it as part of a far broader transport strategy. But transport doesn't sit at the county council, it sits at the combined authority. So we could allocate money to work up some proposals, but chances are the combined authority will come in and say, like, we've got no interest in this, so it's total waste of time. If we want this to happen, it has to happen at the combined authority. What else? I also think I agree with Councillor Clark. I think there is a lack of ambition. The things that the Green Party raise and attack the council for are not here. This is our opportunity as a political party to put out a vision of what you would do if you were leading the council. So here are two things that the Green Party have been vocal about. Let's consider waste. The Green Party are absolutely adamant that we should work harder and reduce waste and increase recycling. But waste is extraordinarily expensive. So everyone in this room would like to reduce waste because it costs so much money and everyone could find ways to use those financial savings. But if we look at Wales, who have done extraordinary things with waste and recycling, but it costs them about £300 per head of population. So for Cambridgeshire, that would be around £200 million. Right? No one's got £200 million. That's not going to happen. But there's not one penny allocated to waste reduction in this proposal. Another recent attack that has been laid against this council is about the county council's roads maintenance performance. Okay, so yes, I guess there are some proposals to find money for highways maintenance if you tweak parking in Cambridge City, but I think it's wildly optimistic and unrealistic. I think it's just not going to happen with the workplace parking levy. That money should go into buses and transform the public transport, so people aren't penalised for parking and having to pay for the roads again. They need to be offered alternatives to encourage them to use public transport. we don't see any changes to the Liberal Democrats and the county councils' climate strategy, the flood work, the nature work we're doing, the renewable energy work, and we have as a committee tried to work collaboratively, and this is endorsing that work. So I will not be voting for this amendment, and I think when you sit here and you come with your budget proposals, what are the things you really think matter to the people across the county of Cambridgeshire? Parking in Cambridge City is probably not top of the list for anyone outside the city of Cambridge, and probably not top of the list for most people in Cambridge City.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machini, Councillor Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do apologise. I never say this, but when I say it, I do mean it. I was not intending to speak. And at this point, I am so utterly depressed that I kind of really didn't want to speak anymore until my next speech, that is. But I do realise that I somewhat unfairly trailed my speech earlier, so I figured I might sort of want to conclude that very interesting train of thought. I mean, only very quickly. I think we had the better idea in terms of how to sort out children going hungry in the holidays. There is a lot more money to be found and a lot more ambition to be found than this. I think this is relatively reductive in comparison, which is a pity. But, I was actually telling the truth when I said I read this amendment. I experienced some recurrent PTSD symptoms. I was not expecting to have that debate rehashed again. It wasn't particularly useful at the time. It certainly isn't useful now. But, because we have a lot of people here who clearly weren't listening when we were having that debate, let me give some practical points for consideration right now. Workplace parking levy. So it's a tax on business. That's what it is. I use those words neutrally. I don't mean it's a bad or good thing to tax business. Sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's good. It depends. But the problem with when you're taxing businesses is that you have to allow for the possibility that that tax will be passed on. And every study ever done on workplace parking levies shows that businesses, when they're hit with it, do one of two things. Number one, if they're large, they absorb it. If they can't, they redevelop and relinquish their parking spaces in order to get below the threshold where they don't have to pay it. In both of those scenarios, people who were driving to work continue to drive to work. The effect on traffic is minimal. That is probably one of the reasons why when you consult on it, it always scores very low, and it scored very low compared to other things that we were considering in the past, and those things we didn't do either. And I don't remember the Greens being very supportive of that when it came up. The thing that I found a little bit ironic, and I am vaguely surprised that this hasn't been pointed out, although perhaps Councillor Netzinger will do that when she next comes on. The proposal to deliver a business case for this is funded through using funding for road maintenance of the A14. I think that is a little bit ironic. Residence parking zones pricing. We have been through this again. One of the reasons I don't personally like taxing vehicles based on emission as opposed to other things is that these taxes are regressive. People who own more polluting vehicles are more likely to be poor, are more likely to live in the kind of accommodation that does not provide off-road parking. So you're hitting entirely the wrong people if you do that. It sounds good, but it isn't good when you're trying to implement it. And so I'm afraid, as we have shown, there is quite a lot more ambition that can be shown. And I think perhaps some of our new councillors ought to spend a little bit more time doing more homework before they come back.
Councillor Malinowski.
Thank you, Chair. I also didn't plan to speak on this, but I would like to strongly echo Councillor Demery-Homan's remarks about the workplace parking levy element of this proposal, and actually totally share Councillor Tierney's view of the proposal. If I can expand a bit on this, I'd like to explain why I think it's so unfair. And a lot of what I wanted to say has just been said by Councillor Machini, so apologies for that, but I will also try to abridge it and make this brief. While going after big businesses, as Councillor Rees put them, may sound well and good on a Green Party election leaflet, we know from experience in so many other areas that the financial burden never ends with these businesses, who are employers for so many people in our county. Many of their employees will be young professionals raising families who commute into Cambridge from the surrounding villages, commuting in from villages like Histon, Shelford and Stapleford, Fulbourn, Bottersham, or my local village of Burwell. Are the Green Party seriously suggesting that it is residents in those villages, many of whom have limited transport options and are dependent on their work in Cambridge, who should be paying the cost for having the cost of local transport foisted onto the shoulders of their employers and then, conversely onto them? These are employers who will be incentivized to no longer recruit from outside the city, or who otherwise have to find ways to make life that little bit harder for those forced to drive in, possibly by removing spaces, like Councillor Machini said. Of course, we want more sustainable travel. There are fairer mechanisms than this, though. As Councillor Hathorn says, we need this to be part of a much wider transport strategy with exemptions for small businesses and for employers who are contributing to tackling the climate crisis and local transport issues in other ways. It is my view that without that, this proposal pits those who cannot afford people who can afford to live a short cycle ride away from where they work against those who are much less fortunate. And for that reason, I will not be supporting it.
Right, thank you. Now called upon Councillor Nessinger to sum up. Nothing to say. Okay. Therefore, I'd like to now take a vote on the amendment. Can I ask Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, could you please start the vote?
Chair, we're going to just restart the vote. Thank you, Chair. Apologies for that delay. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 3 votes in favour, 53 against, and no abstentions. The amendment is lost.
Thank you very much. Members, we were due to take a break anyway at 3:15. If it's okay with you, I'd propose we have a break now, but just for 10 minutes, please. I was very generous at lunchtime. 10 minutes now. So that means we come back 17 minutes past the hour. Members, can you take your seats and we will get started, please? We're on, relatively speaking, we're on the home run. Members, we're now going to debate all sections of the business plan. All members will have the opportunity of speaking once only for 5 minutes. Now, of course, many of you have spoken on amendments and therefore may well have covered aspects that you wish to cover. I propose as part of the main debate to exercise my discretion and invite the chairs of the policy and service committees, if they so wish, to speak first. So if they wish to speak, I'm going to take it in the order of Councillor Wilson for Adults and Health, Councillor Young, Assets and Procurement, Councillor Murphy, Children and Young People, Councillor Whelan, Community, Social Mobility and Inclusion, Councillor Hathorn, Environment and Green Investment, and Councillor Beckett, Highways and Transport. So starting with Councillor Wilson, Adults and Health, please.
Thank you, Chair. As Chair of the Adults and Health Committee, I want to outline what's in our budget for 26-27. We're proposing a gross budget of £418 million, which is an increase of nearly £40 million to reflect the scale of demand and the costs required to sustain the local care and public health system. These investments are critical for maintaining the current eligibility threshold and ensuring the care market remains viable in the face of rising costs and wage pressures. The public health team plays a strategic cross-council role in supporting good health. Commission services that they provide include the Healthy Child Programme, smoking cessation, weight management, physical activity, health checks, drug and alcohol services, and sexual health services. The county continues to experience significant demographic change. This growth is not just expected in population numbers, but in the levels of dependency due to multiple need. We are seeing rising complexity across all cohorts: older adults, working age adults with disabilities, learning disabilities, autism, and mental health challenges. Compounding this are cost drivers to meet the care and support needs of people and those who provide services. The business plan includes several key priorities. Firstly, supporting the real living wage to be paid to stabilise the care market. Secondly, ensuring robust contract negotiation and market shaping. Thirdly, improving transitions for young people. Fourthly, investment in preventative and independence building approaches such as individual service funds, extra care housing, and supported living. And then there's reviewing care packages and charging to ensure fairness and value. And finally, targeted public health investment in inequality hotspots. These priorities are directly reflected in the financial tables, particularly in the investments, pressures, and savings lines. Chair, the proposals for adults' health and commissioning represent a balanced approach to demographic pressures, system challenges, and the Council's ambitions for a healthier and fairer Cambridgeshire. I also note that apart from Labour, the other opposition parties, the Conservatives, Reform and Greens, have not proposed any amendments to their budgets, so I assume they are content with our proposals for adults and health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next Chair of Policy and Services is Councillor Young for Assets and Procurement.
Thank you, Chair. During the last 9 months, this administration has strengthened the governance of both property and procurement to deliver efficiencies in receipts, which support the budget proposals we are discussing today. This will also set down a strong footing for the future. That work has included continuing to rationalise our estate to make sure it is fit for purpose and delivering savings now and in advance of local government reform. This is delivering over 2 million of the savings you have seen presented here today. That is a 22% reduction in property costs over 2024-2027. Shire Hall disposal has progressed with heads of terms agreed, enabling a capital receipt and reduced holding costs. Strengthening procurement controls via regular compliance reports, improving value and oversight. This has been recognised by both our internal and external auditors and is something that has allowed us to drive economy and efficiency in how we buy goods and services to again support the budget we are presenting today. Approving schools insurance procurement strategy to secure value for our schools. Reviewing and challenging our commercial investment property portfolio to ensure it is focused on return with a significant improvement in our energy estate. Enhancing the governance and transparency relating to This Land Limited through scrutiny of the business plan and quarterly monitoring to protect and secure our loans to reduce our financial risks. Only last week, we also approved moving forward with the development at Cambridge Biomedical Campus that will bring over $3 billion of investment to the site and a future funding stream for the local authority. But importantly, it improves the health outcome for Cambridgeshire, the UK and internationally, as well as over 20,000 jobs and improved transport connectivity. We are aligning procurement, assets and company governance with our priorities. Overall, this year's work strengthened governance, delivered savings, reduced risk and positioned the Council strongly for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite Councillor Murphy, for Chair of Children and Young People.
Thank you, Chair. It has been a challenging year for children and young people, for those supporting and caring for them. And from the outset, I want to say to those teachers, teaching assistants, carers, social workers and council staff working tirelessly to make things better, a heartfelt thank you. The aim of our proposals in this budget is to enable children, young people and families to live full, healthy lives and to promote fairness and opportunity in what is a very challenging national and local context. We face a number of challenges. The number of children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities who require support has risen dramatically in recent years. Funding for the vital support has lagged well behind demand. There is a national shortage of specialists such as educational psychologists, and schools funding has not risen in line with costs. The number of children requiring council-funded home-to-school transport has risen significantly, and the costs associated with supporting young people in care in residential accommodation has shot up faster than inflation. Our ability to fund these essential services has not kept up with demand. And worryingly, nearly 1/3 of parents responding to our quality of life survey said that they were concerned about the mental health of their children. So what are we doing about it? We continue to make supporting the well-being of children and young people a top priority for this council. We propose a budget for children, education and families of £206 million in expenditure in 2026-27, which represents an increase of £27.7 million. The budget proposals are balanced, considering short and longer term needs and focusing on delivering real improvements in efficiency and quality over time. For example, we're investing in improving the quality and efficiency of producing education, health and care plans. We have invested £920,000 and continue recurrent support for the medium term alongside a service redesign and additional staffing. Note, we have upfront investment and ongoing support. This is not a cut. We are working to achieve better value for money and consistent quality in commissioning children's residential care through improved processes and partnership working with neighbouring authorities. The residential strategy in 2023, we are continuing to progress this and invest in this area. We will try to avoid children entering care wherever possible. using data analysis to target effective interventions. We will increase the use of kinship foster care and overall ensure that every permanent option is fully explored, supporting special guardianship orders wherever appropriate. But we also want to take more residential care in-house rather than relying on the market and private providers. We have explored this route in the past and have learnt lessons from our experiences and are now progressing further options. We are working cross-council with partners to deliver real change in the efficiency of home-to-school transport, and we will make the best use of government funding. For example, Best Start in Life by extending the good work our children's and family centres do in order to support children's early development. And of course, we propose to support families facing a cliff edge from the ending of the Household Support Fund. Finally, we look with concern at the national picture. We need fundamental reform in many areas affecting children and young people, from improved education funding to SEND reform to better transport to improved mental health provision to more investment in skills and support for those with care experience. None of this is easy, but it is urgent.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Councillor Alison Whelan to present on behalf of Community, Social Mobility and Inclusion? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In the past year alone, the Council has distributed 6.3 million of the Government's Household Support Fund to families struggling with bills, including providing holiday food vouchers to more than 22,000 children who might otherwise have gone hungry during school holidays. But we didn't stop there. Since April 2025, our contract with Citizens Advice Bureau has supported 1,480 residents to claim all the support they're entitled to, resulting in an extra 2.68 million in incomes, averaging £1,812 per person. That is money in pockets, food on tables, heating in homes, spending in our local businesses. These are real measurable outcomes from our anti-poverty strategy. That is what a 1.7 million poverty strategy is delivering. Within the Community, Social Mobility and Inclusion Committee, COSMIC for short, we continue to prioritise the development of our library service and are proud that we have retained all our 33 libraries and our mobile library service. The service received external funding to develop the Every Space project in Cambridge Central Library, building on the success of Every Space March, which launched in 2024. It creates flexible spaces, facilities and equipment for community use, events and activities, including the provision of facilities and equipment that will enable services working directly with young people to meet them in a fit-for-purpose space. The library service continues to receive funding to deliver the Library Presents, which Councillor Seif will be incredibly pleased about, a rich cultural offer in the heart of our communities, and has worked successfully with colleagues in health to secure funding for confidential meeting pods, which were installed in some of our libraries during 2025. In 25-26, libraries completed works to improve access at 7 sites, with these libraries showing significant growth. The last 12 months have seen a number of positive outcomes for the service, reporting to COSMIC, including Council of Sanctuary Status, VE Day 80, win at the 2025 LGC Awards, Community Service won at Pride of Fenland Awards, High Impact Use Team won Outstanding Achievement Award, our Adult Learning Services received high praise from Ofsted, the Poverty Strategy Commission, Cambridgeshire Archives Services recognised with national reaccreditation. In addition, we secured continuing funding from the Integrated Care System to continue to host the High Impact Users Scheme. We delivered work funded by the Combined Authority as part of the National Youth Guarantee Trailblazer, and we raised the profile importance of ending violence against women and girls. Councillor Damery-Homan taking the role of White Ribbon Ambassador and DA Champion. These things will be continuing. But our budget directly responds to all of the worries that residents are raising. It continues funding for practical support and invests in solutions that address both the symptoms and the root causes of poverty. Crucially, we're not just treating symptoms, we're tackling causes. Last year, this council convened an independent poverty strategy commission, with experts from across sectors to dig into the root causes of poverty. They delivered a blueprint for change, and we are following through. The 1.7 million anti-poverty fund in this budget is how we turn those recommendations into reality. We're also setting aside £1 million from reserves to extend our free school meal holiday voucher scheme. £87,000 pressure identified from trading standards because of the separation from Peterborough. 155,000 savings from review of posts across community development and resilience services. And alongside this, we will deliver 5.3 million per year through the new Crisis and Resilience Fund, a 3-year funding stream dedicated to emergency financial assistance and building long-term stability for residents. In short, this budget puts our money where our mouth is, fighting poverty, supporting struggling families, and strengthening community resilience. Colleagues, the COSMIC proposals are about fairness and opportunity. They align with our ambition to ensure no one is left behind. We maintain all our libraries and invest in community facilities because access to knowledge and community space is part of inclusion. We support trading standards and community resilience because safety and confidence help our residents thrive. This is a people-focused, community-oriented budget. Please support our proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hathorn, would you like to present on behalf of the Environment and Green Investment?
So I want to outline exactly what we get for our money in this area and the benefits it brings to Cambridgeshire. 79% of people across Cambridgeshire told us they were worried about climate change, and the work here shows that we are taking climate change seriously and showing leadership across the county. The most expensive and complex service area here is waste, with an annual budget of £52 million. £8.3 million comes from external sources. The County Council oversees the running of the county's 9 household recycling centres and ensures the waste collected from every household is processed and disposed of safely. That costs £145 per household per year. Last year, the Waste Service delivered 175 education sessions, and our household recycling centres recovered and recycled an impressive 73% of waste. We are committed to increasing recycling and reducing waste. Council officers have worked extremely hard to challenge our waste contract and will save £2.4 million next year. We are still tied into a difficult, inflexible PFI contract, a hangover from the last Labour government. Our officers continue to fight for best value for money in this area. Planning. The County Council's planning service costs around £1.1 million. The Council is directly responsible for planning in areas such as waste and minerals, but also coordinates responses to planning applications, making the case during planning stage for developers to pay for the key infrastructure communities need in new developments, money for schools, libraries, roads. In a county experiencing growth like we see in Cambridgeshire, it is essential to have a strong planning team who can hold developers to account. The Historic and Natural Environment team. This team helps care for and protect the county's unique environments, from chalk streams and peatlands to prehistoric villages. This is a diverse and rich county with a wonderful history and some unique natural sites. The service has a number of statutory functions, manages some of our specialist sites and supports local nature, history and flood groups. Funding is around 50-50, internal, external. This team's innovative use of fees, charges and economies of scales allows them to deliver an outstanding service. Nature. We are not saying that without the council there will be no nature in Cambridgeshire, but this is the most depleted nature county in the country, and no other organisation is investing in the community nature projects in the way that we are. We are investing in nature. We are bringing in resources and bringing in plants and trees for hedgerows. We're increasing the lengths of county hedgerows, increasing our tree canopy cover and investing in habitats. Our community nature programme operates county-wide to shore up and expand nature work at local level. Flooding. This is really important in a county where water is managed 24/7, 365 days of the year to prevent flooding. We support community flood teams, giving householders and businesses access to flood information and regularly bringing together partners across water management. Water in Cambridgeshire is really important, and every time you save a home from flooding, you save thousands of pounds. Climate Change and Environment team. Next year, we are investing £600,000 into our climate change team. This team have historically brought significant investment into the county, an impressive £18 million of external grant funding over 3 years. This is an extremely tight and effective team. Without their work, Cambridge would miss out on considerable sums of money. They're helping modernise our buildings, making them warmer and more efficient. They work on EV charging, on energy planning, and as part of the county's emerging economic strategy. They will show what good sustainable growth could look like in Cambridgeshire. They've trained 800 staff to be carbon literate and continue to transform this council. This team have delivered renewable energy schemes. From small solar farms to canopies on park and rides, we are generating electricity and reinvesting the profits back into the council to directly fund services. The next step is to give the same opportunity to communities to generate electricity and invest the income back into their own community facilities. This budget is about investing in nature, in flood prevention and carbon reduction. A budget is about choices and values. We stood for election on a platform of a county that is clean and green, a place that is mentally and physically healthy, healthy people, healthy places. This budget invests in Cambridgeshire, a place where people want to live, a place worth investing in, a green and pleasant county.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Councillor Beckett, would you like to present on behalf of Highways and Transport?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure you've all heard enough from me, but hopefully this is the last time. At this time of year, you really notice the decades of neglect that have plagued our roads. You really feel every pound of that £800 million backlog. Every crack feels like a crater, and we know residents are reporting them with good reason. The frustration out there is real, and we share it. But more importantly, we're acting on it. Where other budgets say tinker around the edges, ours takes the bull by the horns. The Conservatives suggest just under 3 million extra for highways funded from reserves. The Greens, nothing. Labour, nothing. Reform, nothing. Us, £20 million. The fundamental headline here is that Labour, Green, Reform and the Tories would all put our highways back into managed decline by 2027. Is that really what the people of Cambridgeshire want? Our budget continues the transformation of our highway services well underway. Not just a bit more patching here, but full-scale reform. Because we know that to regain public confidence, we need to deliver not more, but better. In 2025, we resurfaced or reconstructed 166 roads, improving over 85 miles of our network. We repainted 500 kilometres of marking, rebuilt 241 footpaths, upgraded 31 traffic signals, and completed 11 major structure schemes. This investment will allow us to do the same in 2026. That's not firefighting, that's rebuilding. The truth here, and I know I'm going to get misquoted on this, but the truth here is that you don't get good roads by fixing potholes. You get them by good roads by preventing potholes. And it's prevention that is the key. But infrastructure isn't about tarmac. It's about the people and the systems behind it. This year, we introduced a new local maintenance model to tackle highway defects more quickly and improve customer experience. Our officers have been working really hard. Officers like Neil Stevens, Richard Kingston, Les Middleton, Nicola Burden and Steve Nicholson have worked tirelessly and under immense pressure to make things happen. Their dedicated teams of HMOs, Andy, Amanda, Jake, Grant, Martin, Bradley, Aaron, Julie, Sharon, to name but a few, and the pothole fixing crews, these are all the quiet heroes of Cambridgeshire County Council. Beyond all the politics of today, I really hope we can take a quiet moment to thank them for everything that they do and condemn all the abuse, both physical and verbal, they encounter on our network, trying to make our county better for all of us. We're also changing how we invest, though. Thanks to the brilliant work of Josh Rutherford, Barry Wiley and Will Hawkins, we've adopted a best practice evidence-led asset strategy. The right treatment in the right place at the right time. That strategy will come to committee in March, and it's the blueprint for long-term impact that moves highways firmly into the 21st century, allowing residents to understand which roads we're treating and why. But we're also bringing forward lane rental, so utility companies pay for the time they spend disrupting our busiest roads. We're turning time on the road from a cost to residents into a cost for those causing disruption. That flips the profit motive from dragging it out to finishing fast. But let's talk frankly about the wider picture. Just to maintain our roads in the current state, our data tells us that we need £58.3 million a year, yet we receive £31.7 million from central government, a shortfall of over £26 million every single year. Despite that, and despite enormous financial strains within the council, we're not willing to allow that shortfall. We, as Liberal Democrats, and unlike any other party here, have increased our investment to close that gap. This is not an easy road, but we are rising to the challenge. And while it might not feel like it in February, with one of the wettest starts of the year, we're seeing results. Satisfaction with highways maintenance is up 7 points in the latest Quality of Life survey. Still too low, of course it is. But after decades of decline, we're turning things around. The National Highways and Transport Survey also shows gains across potholes, road surfaces, footpaths, signage and more. Chair, this budget isn't a headline, it's delivery. It's grit, it's hard work, it's late nights, it's perseverance, it's a broad back, it's a service for all of us. So let's continue to back our officers working through the winter. Let's back a data-led, future-focused service. Let's back the communities who deserve better roads, safer crossings, and smarter spending. This is a budget that faces reality and chooses progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the chairs of the Policy and Service Committees. So, members, we open up the debate to on the substantive motion. I know many of you will already have commented and made observations as we debated the amendments. However, are there any speakers now who want to? Councillor Howitt? Councillor Goodliffe? Councillor, hang on, let me get the forest. Councillor Boulat, Councillor Machini, Councillor Ioannidis, Councillor Tong. So far, thank you. Goodliffe, go ahead.
It's clearly been a long day for the microphones as well as all of us. This budget does not commit this council to supporting our children and young people, but I'm pleased to say that the Labour government does. Removing the two-child benefit cap, lifting 450,000 children out of poverty, the first net movement out of poverty since the coalition government of 2010. The Holidays Activity and Food Fund, offering activities during holidays with childcare for our poorest families, a healthy lunch and access to opportunities they may not otherwise be able to access. Available to all children currently eligible for free school meals, and another 15% of total numbers for children identified as in need but outside this criteria. Extension of pupil premium, also known as free school meals, so that more children in poverty get lunch at school, and more importantly, that schools get the funding for these children to help to lower the attainment gap and the endless generational poverty cycle. I'm pleased to have the stopgap measure of vouchers until September, brought as an amendment when the Lib Dems and Children and Young People's Committee were surprised by the removal in the January Children and Young People meeting, having not read their own papers. Moving on, I'm not sure that many will have read the EQIA, Equalities Impact Statement 00412, so I intend to summarise for us all here today. I'll forgive you for not reading it. It's only available on request and not published with the documents. It states, for the Council to fulfil its legal requirements under the Public Sector Equality Duty, individual equality impact assessments will be done on the delivery of the plans for the respective budget decisions at the stage when plans for implementation are drawn up. Yeah, clear as mud. It also states a separate EQIA will be completed alongside the reviewed strategic framework once confirmed in early 2026, i.e. not yet. Either this means we should have this prior to today in full, or that the administration do not have any mind to the impact of their budget priorities on those who should be protected according to their age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage/civil partnership, pregnancy and maternity, race, religion or belief, sex, sexual orientation, and care experience, or that they don't intend to look at this impact until later on, kicking the can down the road when their changes to the budget are in place and it's too late to care about this budget's impact on the most vulnerable of the county. Yet again, this administration has no heed to the vulnerable that they claim to represent and cannot even provide the basic assessment of impact. However, I'm sure we all look forward to their leaflet fodder. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Howitt, Councillor Boulat, Councillor Tong.
Chair, I welcome Councillor Wilson's statement about the adults and health budget, and indeed there's much within the budget that the Labour Group would strongly support, but I would respectfully say that there are some differences where we would ask him and the committee to undertake greater scrutiny. Firstly, on direct payments by people with disabilities, people who want to manage their own budgets and personal assistance, I've heard year after year officers say that they're going to change this for 5 years, and it hasn't happened. This is a persistent failure of delivery of the council, and we really do need to kickstart action in this area that we haven't yet seen. And so I ask him to scrutinise that carefully. Secondly, we all remember the political battles over the charges review in the last administration. But the importance of the charges review is that it gave us a shopping list of possible changes we could make within our own charging policy to take account of anti-poverty measures. I'm not saying that that's the only way of dealing with it. I think you have to evaluate the benefit of doing that against other anti-poverty measures with the same money, but it will only work if that charges review is kept front of mind by those in the Adults and Health Committee, and serious attention is given to applying the recommendations that we had a year ago. Thirdly, on insourcing, we've had enough discussion about that here, so I only add one thing. The head of commissioning only a little over a year ago said that there were cost-effective proposals that could come forward to bring provision back in county and in innovative service areas that could be brought forward for direct services. I simply want to ensure that what we were promised then is realised through a paper which we have yet to see on the agenda plan. Thirdly, on housing, I welcome what Councillor Wilson said in terms of a paper coming forward. I think that's welcome. But again, this is a persistent area of failure for the County Council over at least 5 years, where we've been told that specialist adapted housing for elderly people would be supported in the same way other county councils do the same in other parts of the country, and where we've completely failed to deliver. The ruling group taking out any capital spending towards those specialist housing schemes is really leaving fallow elderly people throughout this county who want to stay living near friends and relatives but do not have viable housing options, and in the end are driven into higher needs housing against this council's prevention agenda. We should have kept 3 million in the capital programme to incentivise officers to work with districts, with housing associations and other specialist providers. And by taking it out, it's an acceptance of failure. And again, I ask the committee to look at that again. And finally, on public health, there seems to be the removal of the Health in All Policies commitment in the new strategic framework, and I really regret that. It was the right policy to have, and I asked the ruling group to think about that again. But I was shocked and worried, deeply worried, by the amount of public health substitutions. Now, that jargon won't mean much to people in this room, let alone people outside, but the public health money is ring-fenced, given to us, to local government by the NHS to spend on additional public health measures. And when we have substitutions, what we're doing is taking some of that money, substituting it for things we're already providing in order to help close the funding hole that the council has got. It's legal, but in my view, it's not ethical. And you have to recognise that the public health budget is relatively small compared with other budgets of this council. So next year, when the tables say that £500,000 is going to be taken away from public health for these substitutions, that would decimate the service. And I believe Councillor Wilson and Councillor Navarro are people of integrity who really care about the service. And through you, Chair, I appeal to them to work during the course of this year to make sure that £500,000 is not cut from the budget next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Balat, Councillor Tong, Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start by thanking the officers because they have worked incredibly hard, actually navigating an unprecedented settlement, which is very positive news for our county, from our Labour government, as well as working with patience through all those amendments, including listening to the debate today. So what follows from this moment of the speech doesn't reflect on their work. So I'll turn to the budget. We are told this is an ambitious Liberal Democrat budget. And very few, I'm so surprised how few actually mentioned any of the positive news from central government money, not only a better settlement, more for highways, and the argument there is actually making highway spending more efficient. We actually get much more in our DFT grant than every single year previously in previous administration. And this kind of narrative is all wrapped up and presented back to us as somehow it's a great local innovation instead of the fact that we're actually getting more in grant money and we're actually getting a better settlement. While there is more money from national government, there are no new ideas. There are no new policies and no political grand vision, I would say. What we have is actually a continuity list from the previous administration, combined with a helpful guide to everything that this Liberal Democrat majority has decided it actually doesn't want to fund, such as more effort to in-house provision, holiday-free school meal vouchers beyond September, and capacity to work with migrant communities. We heard a lot about investments, and many of those things I do welcome their continuing. The anti-poverty strategy and the income maximization work and the money allocating to this, a legacy of the previous administration. Paying the living wage, a legacy of the previous administration. Highways investment, it is actually much of the same as last year's budget, despite the small detail, although inconvenient perhaps if you're from a different political party, that we actually now have more money available for highways than we had since the last Labour government left office. But then we, of course, have the quiet reversal of some genuine progress made under the previous administration. Investment in more in-house capacity delayed. Holiday vouchers only partially restored after being caught out in the committee cycle. The migration work beyond this year cut despite this council proudly declaring itself a county of sanctuary under the previous administration. So let us be clear for our residents. Budgets are about priorities because yes, we do have a legal minimum that we have to provide as a council through our statutory services, which take up most of the budget. But what actually remains from all those grants that are not ring-fenced or not going to statutory services is a political choice. And this administration has made its choices today, and residents, my residents, will make their own judgments. I know I have, because what I see is more money coming from central government, but locally we have the same ideas, but with less ambition. So I'll be voting against the budget today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tong, Councillor Machini, Councillor Ian Haddis.
We've been going for what, about 7 hours now, so I'll try and merely summarise my points. So hopefully we can get out before 5. I think that the Liberal Democrats have been dealt a very, very poor hand by national government, as have many councils around the country. Do I think they've played this hand the best they could? No, I think we could have got more ambitious. I think we could have stretched the money we do have further to try and continue to tackle those problems that residents really value and find most serious. So I'm going to be abstaining today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machini, Councillor Ian Haddis, and Councillor Seif. And then I'd like to close the speakers at that point.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will try and do my best to concentrate on the things that matter the most at this point. It was my very great pride to stand here. In fact, I was standing over there as deputy leader of this council for 4 years. We had 4 really good years together. We've done everything that we could for a common purpose. And it is therefore incredibly sad for me to be standing now on this other side of the chamber, realizing that actually of all those lessons that we had to learn while working together for 4 years, this administration seems to have learned entirely the wrong ones. We all like to blame government when stuff is happening that we don't like, when we have to take decisions that we don't want to take. It's always government's fault. It's easy. We all do it. We've all done it. But I remember, and I don't know how many people in this chamber have already forgotten, those outraged letters that we asked our chief executive to send on our behalf to local government, to central government, about means testing the winter fuel allowance and taxing landowners with more than £2 million in assets. This administration was so full of righteous rage about taking away £300 a year in universal benefits from those least likely to need it and making it means tested. But now the same councillors are perfectly happy to take £200 a year of highly regulated and very strictly means tested benefits from the people who most need it. These are people who, by their own qualification criteria, have to earn as a household income £7,000 or less. What happened to this? I want to know what happened to this, okay? Because this is a scandal. And it is being blamed on others. It is a lie that government is forbidding us from funding it. And it is a lie that we can't afford it, even if government did forbid us from funding it. We have shown that in our amendment. By the time September comes, you will have
Point of clarification, please. Explanation.
Okay.
It
Yes,
is
go.
not I ask, please, that Councillor Machini take that back. It is not a lie. It is as clear as it is in black and white. The guidance is clear, and officers have said that as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Machini.
It is an interpretation. If you want me to, there you go. I am very happy to take one word back. It doesn't take away from the point, Mr. Chairman. You could do it, and you're not doing it. You could do it, and you aren't doing it. We have shown that you can do it with or without the CRF. We have shown that, and you're choosing not to do it. That is on you. There's also, shall we say, other interpretations being put out. I've seen them in the press. We've seen an amendment put out at the last possible moment after people realized there was a campaign about this. Oh my God, we need to find something. So here's a transitional, which is essentially taking the same reserves we were taking, but just half of them, and putting the money towards a scheme until September as a transition. I want to understand transition from what exactly? What happens in September that isn't happening already? We have an expansion of the HAF program. No, the HAF program is not a substitution for cash vouchers. They do entirely different things. Not everybody is within accessible distance of something that will provide them with some of those activities. And some of those activities don't cover every day of the holidays. Some people are left with absolutely nothing for most of the days of those school holidays. What's going to happen at Christmas when it's coldest, when it's most expensive? Our free school meal eligible families will be in poverty, and there will be nothing coming their way. Still, we've got reserves we aren't spending. We're pretending we're going to do meaningful transformation in 2 years before LGR comes and abolishes us. And we are still pretending that government is forbidding us from doing things. Government is not forbidding. You are making this choice, own it. And please, next time we're writing an outrage letter to government about welfare or something else, I dare you, look me in the eye.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis and Councillor Sieff.
Thank you, Chair. Unlike our Lib Dem member, Councillor Beckett, and listening to their arguments today, which, as expected, has proven to be at the detriment to my ears, but more importantly, our residents, I'm now sure and, well, completely convinced this chamber has not heard enough from me. However, I will keep it short. Without Reform's amendment, this budget keeps the same culture. Maximum tax as default and insufficient discipline on programmes and governance. Reform cannot endorse that, and we vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sieff.
Thank you, Chair. It's a very short intervention that I'd like to make on the generality of budgets. And it is simply this. I'd like to dispel the nostrum that seems to come from some of our right-wing parties that we are arrogant because we are determining how our residents' money should be spent and that they know how to spend money better than we do. What do you think we are here for? We are here to make judgments on how residents' money should be spent, and without, I'm going to list a few things that my colleagues have already mentioned, but highways, waste management, looking institutional care for the elderly and children, preventative health care. Well, we could go on through a massive list. Clean environment. Basically, we are trying to create a fair and stable society. And without that, our residents wouldn't have any money. If there were no roads, if there were no care, if the environment and the society was not stable, they wouldn't be able to earn the money that they do. Now, everything that I've heard from my colleagues and presenting their reports on the various committees on which they sit are directed towards just that objective. And I think that that is why it is a good budget and should be supported.
Thank you very much. So in the dim and distant past, I think, Councillor Dupre, you reserved your right to speak in seconding the business plan. Thank you.
Yes, I did, Chair, and I'm going to try this standing up and hope that the microphone can cope. The budget debate today has revolved largely around three key issues: roads, vulnerable residents, and reserves and council tax. And it's revealed some key fault lines and curious coalitions between the various groups here today, including an increasing interchangeability between the Conservatives and Reform UK. Do we invest in road repairs and maintenance with the Liberal Democrats' additional £20 million? Or do we vote against that investment like the Conservatives and Reform UK, or abstain like Labour? Do we concentrate on the highways issues we're responsible for, or do we, like the Conservatives and Greens, seek to fund projects which are properly the remit of the Combined Authority and its local transport and connectivity plan? Or do we, like Labour, ignore the state of our roads altogether? Liberal Democrats share the public view that road upkeep is a top priority, and our budget reflects this. Do we prioritise the needs of the most vulnerable in our community, or do we, like Reform UK, strip away spending from projects designed to seriously reduce poverty in order to save households in Band A to C homes around 25p a week? Do we do the best we can within the resources available and the rules set by government to ensure no child goes hungry? Or do we, like Labour, pretend the government's very clear written guidance that the council may not use its forthcoming Crisis and Resilience Fund to provide holiday food vouchers for all children on free school meals doesn't exist? Their utterly shameless presentation of a completely dishonest alternative budget here today shows just how desperate they are to distance themselves from their own flailing government. The Liberal Democrat budget demonstrates our determination to live up to our legal and moral obligations to residents in need, despite every obstacle placed in our path by the Labour government. Do we make sure we maintain a prudent level of reserves and use the spending power that the government expects us to use and calculates into its local government financial statements? Or do we, like Reform, propose to reduce the council tax rise, which would still be a rise, by raiding reserves which are used for investment that brings in millions of pounds to the local economy and enables innovation and improves efficiency here at the council? The Liberal Democrat-led administration takes its financial responsibilities seriously and is setting a balanced budget which invests in the public's priorities and protects the most vulnerable. This is the Liberal Democrats' first budget since winning majority control of Cambridgeshire County Council. It sets out major investment in road maintenance, support for vulnerable families, and continued action on climate and nature. It balances the books and prioritises frontline service. An extra £40 million over 2 years to help tackle the road repair backlog, 2.7 million to protect holiday food support for families, investment in community flood protection and clean renewable energy. Members have heard from the chairs of committees about the many other activities of this Lib Dem-led council, all in the teeth of significant government underfunding and long-term Conservative neglect. I'm grateful to officers and proud of my Liberal Democrat colleagues for their hard work on this budget, and I will be proud to vote for it.
Thank you. So I think you're forced to Councillor Nessinger to sum up, please.
Thank you. And you've definitely heard enough from me, but I'm still going to talk. I am very proud of this budget, from this first budget from the Lib Dem administration. It has been tough to get here. We as a group have had to make difficult decisions about what the key priorities are. And I want to thank my Lib Dem colleagues, and especially those who are newly elected this year, for their hard work in setting this budget. It has not been easy because funding in local government remains incredibly tight, especially for councils with social care responsibilities. Councillors do not usually stand to represent their communities because they want to choose between how much to raise taxes and how much to cut services. And yet that is the choice we constantly face. And even that choice is very, very constrained by the demands of our statutory services. Yet within those constraints, this budget is ambitious. We are investing an additional 20 million in highways, listening to residents and responding to their concerns. We are putting increased council funding into supporting the poorest children and their families through the voucher scheme. We are providing thousands of new school places, including new special school provision. We are continuing to priorities to mitigate the impact of climate change and to tackle risks from flooding. This budget reflects our priorities, But I know that many Lib Dem councillors would love to have been able to do more. So this is also a prudent budget. It recognises the enormous risks that may remain with rising social care costs and rising demographic demand in adults and children's services. The joint administration over the past 4 years set prudent budgets which started the council on a road to better services. This budget builds on that work, and I thank my colleagues for their patience as we have tackled the tough decisions. I also want to thank all the council staff who deliver the many, many services which this budget touches on. From our wonderful registrations team, who support our residents at key moments in their lives, to the libraries team, the highway staff, very much on the front line, and the admin, finance and IT staff who do the back office functions which allow all parts of the council to function. And there are many I have missed. They and all the other teams have a key part to play in supporting our residents and making Cambridgeshire a great place to live. I thank them for their Herculean efforts to stay within budget and allow the investments that we are making. I'm proud of this budget, proud of the Lib Dem team who have worked on it, and I'm very grateful and thankful for the amazing council staff who helped to build it and who will help you to deliver it. And I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So members, we will now take a vote. We'll now take a vote on the substantive motion. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking electronic vote on the substantive motion? Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the substantive motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the substantive motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 32 votes in favour, 21 against and 3 abstentions. The substantive motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, members. That concludes the debate today on the business plan budget 26-27 and 28-29. I thank everybody for their contributions. Right, members, we are almost there. Item 7 is Constitution Ethics Committee recommendations proposed to change the Constitution. This is on pages 37 to 52 of your agenda. Can I ask the Vice Chair of the Council, as Chair of the Constitution and Ethics, to move the recommendation, and Councillor Dupre to second recommendations as Vice Chair of Constitution and Ethics? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I so move the recommendations.
Councillor Dupre, would you like to second?
Thank you. Seconded.
Thank you. So I would now like to ask whether there are any, Lucy, sorry. Catherine Essinger, would you like to comment on this item? Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you. I would like to ask that the recommendation dealing with motions is the part of the recommendations on this item that deals with motions is remitted to Constitution and Ethics under Procedure Rule 13.1 brackets D, so that they can consider again whether there are sufficient safeguards in place to manage a situation in which there are no limits on the number of motions. And I would like to ask this. There was a long debate on this option at the Constitution and Ethics Committee, and the vote on removing all limits on the number of motions was very close. I think we need to have a full debate about that in this council, and I don't think that this moment is the right moment to do that because we've all been debating for 5 hours already. I think it's a significant issue that has important ramifications for all members of this council. So I would like to ask that we take that off these recommendations, please.
So, members, for clarification, I think Councillor Nessing is proposing under item 13 in Rules of Procedure, motions without notice, 13.1D is to refer something to an appropriate body or individual. That's permitted under the Rules of Procedure. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor de Mary Homan would
I'm very
second.
happy to second. Thank you,
Can
Chair.
I ask for questions and open the debate on this? Thank you. Councillor Howitt.
I would respectfully say to the Lib Dem group, we've been meeting most of the last year in a working group and then in full committee to deliberate on these proposals. The sunset was about 10 o'clock at night with swallows flying across the sky, and we were already well into our deliberations. And for at the last moment, when it went to committee, went to a vote, it was deferred once. It then went back to the working group and then went back to committee, and we came forward with a set of recommendations. An awful lot of officer and member time has gone into this issue. Much of it is about the fair and efficient management of business in the council. I feel for the officers on this. And surely when we represent our groups on working groups and in committees, we have a duty to consult our members as time goes on about what's being said, not to wait till the very end of the process and then find we haven't got support from within our own groups for the proposal. It happens to be that the Labour group didn't agree with the vote at the Constitution and Ethics Committee, but I respectfully say to the Lib Dem group, this is not good management. It's not good political management. It's not fair to our own officers, and I think you should be apologising for pushing this back, particularly to our officers who have expended so much time in their efforts to help us reach a conclusion.
Thank you. I have Councillor Martin, Councillor Massini, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Chair. And to echo most of what Councillor Howart's just said, but also just recognising that this is the second time that a decision made by the Constitution and Ethics Committee goes onto the papers for the full council meeting and is pulled at the meeting itself because the ruling party doesn't like the decision that was made by their own members in a committee where this was discussed. We discussed this item for quite a substantial amount of time at committee and for many hours before that at the Constitution Working Group. This has been discussed for, I had looked back, it was 8 months ago we first discussed this, and we've now got to a point where we had a majority at committee to put something forward. So for it to be pulled, I was given notice less than 24 hours ago that this was going to be pulled. It isn't right, and completely agree with everything that Councillor Howard has said on that. At least let's have the debate on it. If the Lib Dems don't like it, let's have the debate on it. I know most people have debated out at this stage, but it's the Lib Dems that brought this forward in the time frame that they have. Let's have the debate. If they don't like it, they could have voted it down. But instead, we're having it pulled for the second time, the second recommendation from that committee pulled. When we get to council, it's not good enough and we must do better.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Massini.
I have a technical question and a point. They're both fairly brief. The technical question is, my understanding is that the rule of procedure that we are using in order to refer the matter to committee is a rule that is usually intended to be used for something like a motion to full council or a paper to full council, where the person feels that there is a committee that's better suited and you should refer it to them rather than discuss it to full council. How does that rule apply in the context of this came from that committee? Are we actually going to send it back to them? What's the sense of that? The point, and I will be very brief, you didn't have to bring it to this meeting. This meeting is very full. We constitutionally try very hard. We don't have motions. We don't have all sorts of things because this is going to be a long debate. The business plan is incredibly important. We could have talked about this in December. We didn't. We had it in front of us today. Yes, I made plans to be here long term because that is the wish of the administration. For goodness sake, you don't have to publish the paper if you don't want to vote on it. This is very, very silly. So please, can we just have the vote? And if you don't like it, then we can go back and do something else.
Okay, I will try and answer the technical part of the point as best I can, and I may ask the monitoring officer to support. As I understand it on 13.1D, it is very general. It's to refer something to an appropriate body or individual. So my reading of that, now in the final arbiter, but I'll take advice from the monitoring officer, is that something can include something that is on the agenda, because my understanding is we cannot defer. We can only vote to refer something to an appropriate body. Monitoring officer, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Chair. If with this procedural motion, anything can be referred back to a committee, so it can be referred back with direction as well, Councillor Massini. So, for example, Council might consider that it's not been properly debated or that there should be something applied in relation to it, or circumstances have changed, but it just doesn't apply to motions. It applies to any recommendation within the report.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully both those points help. Got Councillor Tierney, Councillor Tong.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I say I think it's absolutely bonkers to have unlimited amendments. It's bonkers. But if that's what the committee decided, I think you have to go along with it. I mean, you've had lots of opportunities to challenge it, but it's now got to council. The committee's told you what they want. And I think you really get into a difficult position when you're sending things back to committee that they've decided after multiple meetings. It looks dreadful. And I know that the Lib Dems have got the numbers to vote this through if they want to, but I would advise you to let it go. And then if it plays out badly, we can amend it again in the future.
All right, thank you. Councillor Tong.
I will make this comment now because I'm not sure whether this is going to be referred to a different meeting. I will say I'm kind of ambivalent about the technical solution. We can either have the vote now or it can be sent back. That's totally fine in my book. However, I do want to note that I find the idea of having no cap on the number of motions, meaning there is at most, 61 motions for every meeting, would just be insane. I couldn't actually believe what I read when I first read it, and I completely misunderstood it until yesterday, because the idea to me seemed so problematic that I couldn't believe that was going to be put to paper.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. I'd just like to seek clarification, please. Is the request from Councillor Nessinger to refer the whole recommendation, as in points 1 to 6 on page 37, back to Constitution and Ethics, or just one of those points? Thank you.
Nessinger.
Through the chair, the recommendation is just one of those points. The other ones, the ones not relating to the number of motions, can go forward.
And if so, which one, please?
Just number 1. Number 1 only, I believe. Sorry. No. Do I have any other speakers, please?
Can we just be completely clear that what is referring back is the recommendation which refers to the number of motions? Only that one.
In Appendix 2.
Appendix 2. No, it's not. That's all of them, Michelle. It's Appendix 2.
1 second, members.
Chair, for clarity, the reason I asked the question is that there isn't one of those points that refers to the number of motions.
Only the blue.
So, members, for clarification, it's on item 12.2, where the recommendation is, other than the annual budget meeting, for which no notice of motion shall be accepted, and then the words a maximum of 5 motions, because that's what we have at the moment, is crossed out, shall be accepted for the debate at an ordinary meeting. So this is the item that will be referred under 13.1D. Do I have any more speakers? Otherwise, we will move to a vote, I think. Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I have to admit, I'm finding it quite difficult to follow exactly what is being proposed now. None of this has actually been put in writing to us, so we don't see exactly what it is. But the whole principle of this worries me because we have a committee system. And the reason we have a committee system is so that things can be debated, in this case, apparently debated at very great length indeed. Then something comes before council and we can either approve it or reject it. From what I've seen, I probably want to reject quite a bit of this. But that's neither here nor there. If the new rule is that a committee will put something forward to full council, and then if the leader doesn't like it, it will be referred back, potentially repeatedly, to that committee. I think that's a very poor precedent to set. Once the committee sends something to council for deliberation, we should deliberate it almost as a matter of principle. Otherwise, we're undermining the idea of a committee system.
Thank you. Any other speakers? And I'll make a final comment. So, members, as I stated a moment ago, under 13.1, it is allowed to make a proposal to refer anything back to a particular body, in this case, Constitution and Ethics, and it's on page 42, section 12.2, that would be referred back to the committee. So if there are no other speakers, I would like to take a vote, please.
Chairman, please, can I ask, I have to ask a question, because the recommendations in front of us, they go from I to 1 to 6. And my reading is that recommendations from 1 to 4 relate to motions and 5 and 6 do not. Are recommendations 1 to 4 the ones that are being proposed for rebutting, or whatever it's called?
Chair. May I follow up on my original point?
Clarification to Chris, Councillor Bowden, and to Councillor Messini. So it's under recommendation 1 because 1 then refers to 12.2. So it's 1 under the recommendations, Councillor Messini, that would go back to the committee. Councillor Goodliffe, go ahead.
Thank you. From my understanding, Chair, you want to refer it back according to 13.1D to refer something to an appropriate body or individual. But that covers motions without notice, but we're not talking about a motion, we're talking about a paper, because obviously there are no motions today because this is the budget meeting, which is the only meeting that we meet without motion. So we're referring it back under motions without notice when it's not a motion. I'm totally confused. I just think this has been through committee twice. This has been voted on twice at committee. This is the second time here. For goodness sake, let's have some clarity.
Okay, I'd just like to ask the monitoring officer, because she'll probably give a more precise piece of feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodliffe. The motion without notice is to refer it back. That's the motion without notice. No, the motion without notice there are a list of procedural motions that you use during debate. So they're things like the question now be put or something like that. So you can raise them at any point during any debate, and they don't require notice. Most of our motions are done on notice, you're absolutely right. But these ones are procedural motions, so they're things like the question will now be put, we refer it to somewhere else, we do something else with it. Those are all ones you can do without notice.
Members, I totally take on board the confusion and the concerns. As I stated right at the start of the meeting, I do have the right as chair to accept the motion without notice and therefore to move a vote. So that's what we will do now. Thank you. Mrs. Rowe, could you move to electronic vote?
Sorry, Chair. Point of order. What are we voting on?
The motion is to refer recommendation 1 from the Constitution and Ethics back to the Constitution and Ethics Committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the motion to refer back to Constitution and Ethics, press the button underneath the word yes. Members against, press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 34 votes in favour, 20 against, 1 abstention. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, members, and sorry for that confusion in that item. Item 8 is questions for...
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, thank you. We have to take the rest of the recommendations. So, Mrs. Rowe, could you please initiate a vote on that? Are there any questions or debate on the other items, the other recommendations? Thank you. Councillor Tong, go ahead.
I just thought I'd note they're pretty all right and to thank them for their hard work on the other suggestions.
Any other comments and questions on the other items? Councillor Machini.
I do agree, and I was totally going to vote against it. Having unlimited motions was kind of mad. But the rest of the recommendations, which I was asking whether they should go in tandem with the referral back, which is, requirements for giving notice, word count, and timing of speeches, all of those things stemmed from having made quite a major amendment to how many motions were going. So essentially, we're going to have still the same first come, first served, 5 motions per meeting, and yet we're going to get less opportunity to submit them. We're going to have fewer minutes to speak. Either the entire thing goes with it or it doesn't, which is why I was expecting a lot more to be as it is. This does not stand. It's like a 3-pod and you've removed one leg. It does not make any sense anymore. And if you pass it, what's going to happen? Like, we're going to have to essentially have restricted debate on less when the point of it has been removed. We should vote this down and start again if that is the case.
Thank you. Any other speakers, questions or comments on the other recommendations 2 to 6? It sounds as though there isn't general consensus on 2 to 6. And therefore, can I put recommendations 2 to 6 to the vote, please? Mrs. Rowe, would you initiate a vote?
Members in favour of the motion, that's recommendations 2 to 6, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 32 votes in favour, 20 against and 4 abstentions. The recommendations 2 to 6 are carried.
Thank you very much, members. I was failing to read all the Roman numerals after discussions of Roman roads earlier on. Now can I move to question item 8, please? Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny. So we consider item 8A, as set out on the agenda, Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Scrutiny and Overview Committee oral questions dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 on Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution. So councillors may ask questions for response by the council's appointee on the combined authority and the appointees to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to decisions on the Combined Authority Board Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So the generic report summarising the decisions made by the combined authorities included on council agenda page 53. Can you please raise your hand now if you wish to ask a question? Councillor Nessinger, council's appointee to the board. You have 2 minutes to which ask a question. Any questions to Councillor Nessinger? You've all expended your energy. Can you please raise your hand if you want to ask a question of Councillors Alison Whelan and Wyatt, the Council's appointees and Overview and Scrutiny Committee? Again, you have 2 minutes to ask your question and 1 for supplementary. Any questions to representatives on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee? No, thank you. Item B is written questions under Council Procedure Rule 10.4. We move on to these written questions. A response to the one written question received has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the Council's website. That concludes the business for today. Thank you very much, members, for your contributions and for your patience. Thank you.
I sent excuses to the parish council because I just